Ilianchang, take the troops to go as far as possible, ordered Wang Wei with a severe tone before flying in the southwest direction before landing. He saw Ilianchang carrying one soldier. After noticing him, the latter stopped before throwing the soldier away. Wang Wei observed Ilianchang closer than before and quickly realized the eerie atmosphere around the latter was more intense than before. Furthermore, he even felt a sense of dread that danger, or to be precise, death, loomed over him. "You're here for me?" he asked. "Of course," replied Ilianchang, licking his lips. "Interesting, treating me as prey," commented Wang Wei. "I hope you're not all bark and no bite. You'll know." Bang! Wang Wei instantly appeared before him and punched him, exploding his body and sending dark green blood flying in all directions. Then, he instinctively flew backward to avoid the falling blood. He looked at his hand and saw a small burning mark. Corrosive blood? The dark green blood stopped dropping and moved as if they had a will of their own. They condensed into a shape, but it was not a human form. It was a giant squid 50 meters tall with more than 100 tentacles. Then, something occurred that made Wang Wei squint his eyes. Numerous eyes suddenly appeared all over the squid's body, giving it a horror-like appearance. Even the aura surrounding him became eerie or bizarre. Couldn't it be? He did not want to acknowledge what he was thinking. Eyes of terror. All Ilianchang's eyes shone brightly as they gazed at Wang Wei, who immediately felt a weird power invading his soul, trying to affect his state of mind or insanity, to be precise. "It is," he thought before manifesting his Dharma body and borrowing the power of his incarnations. He would go all out for this battle, to kill his opponent as quickly as possible. Destruction Cannon. The Dharma body opened its mouth to fire a red mean containing the Tao of destruction. The intent was to eradicate this thing on atomic level, not leaving a single piece of his flesh and blood intact. Eye of Space-Time. A tunnel containing the power of space-time manifested before Ilianchang to transfer the attack away. Unfortunately, the destructive beam could destroy space-time, so the tunnel only lasted a few seconds before the beam hit him. Oddly though, only half of the squid's body was destroyed. Wang Wei reacted in time and appeared above the intact half. He gathered all the power of his fleshly body and punched Ilianchang. Duck! Nothing happened, not even shockwaves from the force of his attack. Immunity to blunt force? This guy is the enemy of pure, true power Tao cultivator. If a person only cultivated their fleshly body and relied on brute force to fight, Ilianchang would be a nightmare for them. Immunity? We'll see about that, thought Wang Wei with a sneer. Conceptual punch, duck. Duck, duck, bang. He punched the second half millions of times in less than an instant before it exploded into dust. The 12 Zodiac technique he acquired from Guxian's trial had a few interesting zodiacs, and the one most interesting was the Dragon Zodiac. Wang Wei learned a technique called Conceptual Punch that allowed him to use his pure physical force to attack concepts. For example, he could punch death or creation with this technique. And in the case of Ilianchang's case, he hit the latter's immunity. And since he was more powerful than him, he could overwhelm him into bypassing such powerful immunity. According to Wang Wei, this technique has a lot of potential, especially if, one day, he could use it to destroy the eternal attribute of great emperors and even eternal emperors. It would mean he could kill these entities without the need for Tao will. Please visit Panda N0V1. Co. M. Wang Wei's actions were swift, decisive, and happened in less than a nanosecond. However, he knew the battle was not concluded. He watched as Ilianchang's body regenerated. Even my Duyi realm had no effect. "You should understand by now," said Ilianchang. "I'm immortal, and even though I'm not as powerful as you, I can still wear you down no matter how long it takes before I hunt you down." Wang Wei ignored him before attacking again. His fist moved so fast, leaving shadows and afterimages. He left an incalculable number of holes in the latter's body and soul. My conceptual punch does not work for his immortality. Nightmare World. Ilianchang went on the offensive by changing the surrounding into a hell's cape and manifesting countless cosmic horrors. In this place, even a 5-root Tao ancestor would have trouble keeping their insanity. However, who was Wang Wei? A man whose willpower is beyond even his comprehension. Without a change in his face, he manifested a golden light that instantly extinguished this nightmare world. Pi and Dan 0v1 C0m. Subsequently, the power of space-time flashed in his eyes. Then he saw a young member of the deep squid race who got caught by an unpredictable and turbulent current and ended up deep at the bottom of the ocean. And from there, he had an encounter that changed him for his entire life. I cannot change his past or fate to make it so that he never had this power. This was his plan to kill Lianchong, but failed. He waved his hand to cover the sky with numerous runes, which then turned into a sphere to seal the squid. Boom, boom, boom. Lianchong exploded his body over and over to generate enough power to break the seal, taking full advantage of his immunity. Hee hee. Do you want to know something interesting? Laughed Lianchong. I'm not like these rats from the upper dimension. My immortality is absolute and will work during the final battle. Hee hee. Wang Wei created a black energy ball in his hand with the power of destruction and annihilated him once again. Then his Dharma body floated in the air while sitting cross-legged. It mobilized the Tao of Karma as it searched for the numerous threads connected to Lianchong, while the main body continued to annihilate Lianchong to see if there was a limit or flaw to his ability. The Dharma body finally found the thread. Unfortunately, someone or something else also discovered him. Wang Wei found his mind in an unknown place. At first, nothing was distinguishable until he saw an enormous creature looking at him from above. It was a humanoid creature with a squid for a face, wings, and claws. He could not see everything else clearly besides the creature's face. Immediately, he knew what he faced. One of the 13 taboos, the old ones, the great dreamer, the sleeping one, Cthulhu. Fear was about to overwhelm Wang Wei when his intuition told him being afraid was the last thing he needed to do. Instead, he needed to directly face this mighty being without a hint of timidity. And that's exactly what he did. He looked directly into Cthulhu's eyes, ignoring the murmurs that could probably drive any great emperors and even Empyreans to madness. As Wang Wei looked directly into the creature's eyes, he began to notice things he previously did not. For example, Cthulhu had chains on its body, preventing its mobility. And the power he sensed from these chains seemed scarier than the creature itself. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Wei's vision ended and returned to reality. Without hesitation, he instinctively gathered his willpower and Dui realm and perfectly fused them. Then, he cut the karmic connection between Lianchong and Cthulhu. What the hell is going on? CT. He did not say the name. He once asked Wu Hong if there were other civilizations like Western magic or based on other races or ethnicity in other chaos worlds. And she told him they did not exist in the chaos universe. And Earth is probably the only place in the entire universe with races or ethnicity, making a special place that even she did not know the secret to. But Cthulhu is Western mythology and should not exist. No, that's not important, thought Wang Wei as his mind began to work rapidly now that he had managed to calm down. In Lovecraftian myths, Cthulhu and the old gods are often portrayed as creatures outside of space and time. They are so powerful that they can only interact in the world through clones or incarnations. What if the one I saw was just a clone of the real Cthulhu? By that logic, the real body would exist outside of the chaos universe. It would exist in Hongming. This information confirms my theory. There are other chaos universes besides this one. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he felt this information might become crucial to him in the latter part of his cultivation. He exhaled a deep breath out. Why am I drawn to all these taboos? I really hate this part about being a protagonist. With how much trouble he seemed to attract, Wang Wei accepted his fate as a protagonist. What have you done? Yelled Lianchong in hysteria. Spirit Genesis sect. Wang Wei gazed at him and saw a man who had just destroyed their entire world and lost his spiritual foundation. Wang Wei did not say anything, but created another dark ball of destruction. "What did you do? Why can't I sense my lord?" yelled Ilianchang. "Give it back to me. Give me back my lord. He is my everything. Give him back." "I can't say I feel pity for you," commented Wang Wei while shaking his head. "I really want to search your soul to get more information. However, I don't want to deal with you and your lord and take unnecessary risks. So be gone." Boom! Lianxing turned into nothingness, as not even a single particle of his being remained in this mortal coil. If Wang Wei could, he would have erased the latter's existence to ensure he was genuinely gone. Wang Wei checked thoroughly with his divine sense to ensure the latter was dead, and he did not make a mistake. Once he felt relieved, he continued his thought of being a protagonist. He deeply understood the concept of luck, sons of destiny, and even era destiny. But his situation is different in a subtle manner. He is drawn to too many higher-than-life events or entities. In other words, he is a danger magnet. He is only immortal, but he is already connected to 4 taboos, something that most paragons have to actively search to get in contact with. And the 4 are the ones he knows as he feared he might even be secretly connected to unknown ones. My destiny is obviously not ordinary, but what is it? Am I destined to control fate and become free and unfettered? Or is my destiny as simple as one day becoming a primary character of this chaos universe? Wang Wei understood destiny does not equate to guaranteed success. People have to work for their destinies and could even fail to accomplish them. Nevertheless, it did not change the fact his life would not be peaceful. He raised his hand to manifest a few karma threads connected to him, focusing on the one connected to the Tao opening sect. "I've cut all connection to my family and can remove the last thread after proving the Tao. However, it does not change they are still my weakness, and the future could use them against me." Wang Wei decided to do something about this if his life was destined to be turbulent. He exhaled before sitting cross-legged on the ground to check his sea of consciousness. He wanted to check his primordial spirit for any possible problem. Upon closer inspection, everything was normal, but he was not reassured. He checked every nook and cranny, but he appeared all right. However, paranoia took over him, so he checked over and over again, mobilizing his force control skill and soul Tao. And as expected, he saw a black spot on his primordial spirit that was hidden too well. Without hesitation, he cut off that piece, not even minding the injury to his soul. He then checked again, using the previous discovery as a guide. Finally, he discovered 2 other spots of corruption and removed them. "Are you all right?" These were the first words and sounds he heard after opening his eyes. "I am fine," he replied. "Is Ilianchang so powerful that he can injure you?" "Things were a little more complicated than that." "Is that so?" Li Jun did not continue to ask since Wang Wei did not want to talk about it. He understood some secrets he could not be privy to unless he reached a certain strength level. Wang Wei stood up and tried something. The previous fusion of his Di realm and his willpower. What power was that? He felt a certain sublimation, but he could not reproduce that perfect fusion again for some reason. He tried to enter that state of clarity and concentration when he fused it, but it was useless. Maybe because his life is no longer threatened, he could not accomplish the same feat. Let's put this as another form of training from now on. "Let's go," he said to the rest of the group before returning to the troops. Wang Wei wanted to activate his token as soon as possible before using the same method as Lianchang to travel to other territories and survey the situation. Above the sky, only a few dozen of meters from Wang Wei's group, a shadowy figure watched them. No one detected its presence or how long it had been here. The figure gazed at Wang Wei's back. "I did not expect to meet one before everything ended," thought the mysterious figure. "Is this fate? No, maybe it is mocking me." The figure watched the group disappear on the horizon. Empress was breath. An aura of confusion emanated from the figure's body after thinking about Wu Hong. Could I find the truth? It probably does not matter. The figure pondered whether to meet Wang Wei, but decided otherwise. Let's continue the original plan. Then, it disappeared as if it had never existed. The void, outside of the myriad emperor world. Dozens of people with covered faces and powerful aura of at least immortal venerable level attacked the protection array. The most powerful of these entities were on par with pseudo-eternal emperors. Nevertheless, their attempt was futile. This is pointless. We would need eternal level power to have a chance with this information, commented one of the two most powerful entities in charge of this operation. You're correct, but what can we do? We did not expect the myriad emperor world to act so decisively and band together. I respect whoever has such a forward-thinking mind and diplomatic means. Hopefully, it is a member of the older generation. Even then, if that person acts as an advisor to the reigning great emperor of this generation, the rise of the myriad emperor plane is guaranteed. Please visit Panda N0V1. Co. M, the second in command, only sighed and did not add to the subject. What should we do? Let's report back. Battle Spirit World. This plane is known in the endless void for ranking fourth on the Eternal Emperor list with 7, and 2 of them came from the same faction, the Spirit Genesis sect. This faction is also famous throughout the entire lower dimension with the title of Strongest Sect, with 11 great emperors, 2 of whom are Eternals. Like the Tao opening sect, all their emperors are first class to pseudo-Eternals, and they overcame the 9 Emperor curse. A magnificent palace adorned with precious spiritual materials lies at the very center of the entire battle spirit plane. Its beauty and luxury were a display of the most powerful faction of not only this world, but the lower dimension. A meeting took place between the 3 people, the patriarchs of the He and Jia clan and the sectarian faction representative. I just received news the plan failed, said Patriarch He. At this point, it's becoming too costly to interfere in their heavenward battle, commented Patriarch Jia. I agree, added the disciplinary head. We do not need to fear the rise of the myriad emperor world or the Tao opening sect. They will only be the second strongest. What if they cultivated a third eternal? Argued Patriarchy. Young master, he will also become an eternal. We don't have to worry about anything. Instead, we should prepare for the 12 Emperor curse, replied Patriarch Jia. The more reason we should prevent them from succeeding. The patriarch had the most confidence in his son. Nevertheless, he wanted to do everything in his power to ensure not his son's success, but also to retain the sect's title as number 1. After all, such a title will manifest in the form of destiny and chi luck. Furthermore, his clan has cultivated 4 great emperors and 1 eternal. Once he succeeds, they will have 5 emperors with 2 eternals, surpassing the Wang clan. As such, he must interfere in their promotion. What else do you want us to do? Send our immortal monarch. That's exactly what I want. Absolutely not. I also disagree, added the disciplinary head. Their faction only had 3 great emperors compared to the others 4. However, they also cultivated an eternal. Patriarch, he groaned since he knew he could not mobilize such power on his own. So he needed to convince these 2. Have you heard of the Eternal Supreme theory? He asked, and the 2 had read about it. Some eternal emperors are leagues above others, capable of easily defeating other eternals, referred to as Eternal Supreme. The myriad emperor world has 5 Eternal Supreme: Chiyuan, Sword Empress, Absolute Beginning Emperor, and Empress Wu. Little is known about the human emperor and heaven opening emperor. However, there is a high chance they also were Eternal Supremes. The Tao opening sect has 2, while we only have 1. Do you see where I'm going with this? We don't know if the next emperor of the Tao opening sect or the plane will be 1, argued Patriarch Jia. No, but there are signs. The 2 frowned. One of the signs of an Eternal Supreme is breaking the barrier between mortal and immortal. Although it is not guaranteed, it is an excellent indication. The information they received from the recent deception trial is that many such young talents appeared in the myriad emperor world, with the most brilliant from the Tao opening sect. You should have faith in your son. The Spirit Genesis sect had the most trust in their young master to become an Eternal Supreme. I do, but I also want to be cautious and pave the way for him. Fine, I agree. It's better worth it. I give you my sincere thanks, fellow Taoist, bowed patriarchy. Energy dominance. What should we do? At this rate, the resources we have to use to maintain the array is becoming too much, said the Origin Rune Palace's insurgent representative. What other choice do we have? If we stop now, then only death and destruction await us, replied Headmaster Song Li, stating the Academy's stance on the issue. This level of attack could only be the result of an immortal sovereign. Are they willing to go this far to stop us? Asked Jian Yi of the sword-casting villa. Apparently so. The issue is whether we should counterattack, asked someone from the Tao Worshipping Academy. Before an immortal sovereign, that would be suicide, commented the Tai Profound Gate. The best course of action is to have people controlling the array to increase its defensive power. As long as we last a few 100,000 years until the heaven will battle, everything should be fine. Indeed, this is the best option in the current situation. Luckily, we activated the protective array in time. Otherwise, the result might have been catastrophic. Everyone gave Origin one a glance. Thankful someone in this generation was wise enough to predict this possible future and prepared beforehand. Simultaneously, these people were envious that it was not their heaven-chosen who had this level of foresight. They even wished it was someone from the older generation who had this idea instead of Wang Wei. I'm curious who is responsible for this attack. Probably a collection of worlds. However, there is definitely someone who leads the fray. That's not important for now, and we can search for the culprit later on. True. Origin, you've been very quiet. Is something in your mind? Something on my mind, reassured Origin 1. But you don't have to worry about the situation. We will take care of it. And exactly will you accomplish this? Emperor lineages with 6 or above emperors suddenly shift their focus on the Tao opening sect. They sense that something that would further affect the world's power balance was about to happen. It's best to show you. Origin 1 changed the array to display the image outside of the plane in the void. Initially, he pondered whether to use this opportunity to get some benefit from these people. However, considering the need to keep the peace and stability, he chose otherwise. The purpose of this meeting is a demonstration of the Tao opening sect's strength and further reinforce the status quo. In the image displaying array, everybody saw a man dressed in black bombarding the protection array with potent attacks. Oddly, no one could see what the person looked like. Suddenly, the man stopped attacking as a glorious and brilliant sword light came out of nowhere and enveloped him. He reacted swiftly, and with one step, he evaded the attack. A woman with a silver mask appeared before him, holding 2 swords. Impossible, said the black-robed man. Surprise, little rat, said Sword 1. You did not have this power a while ago. So how come? Unless, Elder, he seemed to have thought something. I guess I should have expected this from the Tao opening sect. You know a lot about us. Yet, you are a mystery. If you dare commit the crime, have the balls to admit it, sneered Sword 1. Junior, there is such thing as manners and custom. Shouldn't your demeanor reflect your position? Don't you see the irony in lecturing me about respect and manner when you're too ashamed to even show your identity? It's not the same, replied Elder He. Sword 1 suddenly moved and appeared before her opponent, slashing downward with her right sword. It was a simple move, but contained the profound mystery of the sword that would grant any talented swordsman a chance at enlightenment. The sword cut through Elder He's body, but did not cut him. Instead, he turned into a gas cloud before rematerializing 100 meters. Heavenly dark flame. 10 dark flame balls appear before them, each the size of a star. Furthermore, each of these flames could annihilate an eternal emperor if they were not careful. Please visit Panda in 0VE1. Ko-M swish. 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 Sword 1 cut them with her 2 swords, but these flame balls transformed into humongous dragons to continue attacking her. She swung her sword to generate a tornado of sword energy, disintegrating the flame into tiny particles. And with incredible speed, she followed with another attack, not giving her opponent. Sword 1 turned into a silver streak, traveling at a speed too many times faster than infinite. She appeared in front of Elder He as if she had teleported before slashing down. Elder He calmly summoned a shield, and the sword cut through it as if it was tofu. However, when the shield broke, it released a repulsive force that sent Sword 1 flying away, albeit uninjured. "You indeed have the power of an Eternal," commented Elder He. "However, you are not as difficult an opponent as any of them." He had experience fighting other Eternal Emperors and even killed one. Of course, he had to use the help of Dao Will artifacts to accomplish such a feat. As such, he knew how disgusting it was fighting Eternal Emperors. Their Dao Will boosted their power and prevented healing. They had terrible regenerative capabilities, making them an even more nuisance. However, Sword 1 did not have these abilities, only the strength. "So what? I'm still enough to stop you." Elder He shook his head with great disappointment. His emotions were not directed towards Sword 1, but himself. His power was severely limited in the lower dimension. Once he summoned strength above a certain threshold, he would find himself in a quagmire-like feeling where it was extremely challenging to mobilize his immortal chi. If he ignored that feeling and continued to mobilize his strength, he would receive a terrible warning in his mind, and he knew the consequences of disobeying that warning. "Only if I could use energy dominance," thought Elder He. In the upper dimension, immortal sovereigns can use a method called energy dominance, where they release all the chi inside their bodies to the surroundings to essentially form a domain. Inside the domain, their control of energy is elevated to a higher level, allowing them to better utilize the energy inside their bodies and the one between heaven and earth. This method is a way to elevate their power, but it has the side effect of suppressing lower-tier individuals. The domain has little to no effect on Dao rulers and Empyreans, but it is a significant suppression for a great emperor or eternal. With this method, Immortal Sovereign can kill most Eternal Emperors and even Eternal Supreme with relative ease. Unfortunately, they cannot do so in the lower dimension. "Enough playing around," said Elder He. "I'll show you my power." World displacement. Sword 1's face under the mask suddenly changed as hundreds of thousands of space channels appeared around her, with each one having a world coming from them. She did not care about these worlds, but their identity. They were the great 1,000 worlds of this community. "You want to destroy our world community?" "Me? I am not doing anything, but simply moving these planes. You cannot blame this karma on me." Elder He's action is only to move these worlds into her direction, essentially using this technicality and a karma protection artifact to bypass the rules and regulations. "You want to be serious?" "It'll be serious," she exclaimed with gritted teeth. The aura of Sword Dao flashed around her body as she gently moved her wrist to swing the sword. Her actions were gentle and barely perceivable. Then, Elder He sensed something directly inside his body, to be precise, his immortal mansion. A powerful sword will suddenly manifested inside his dantian, tried to annihilate his immortal mansion and destroy his cultivation. He did not sense any warning or anomaly. The attack bypassed his passive defense. Since when did her Dao become so complex and subtle? Elder He knew of Sword 1's target Dao. It's a sword Dao that involves the concept of hitting the target with the sword. Before a sword can use sword slashes, they have to clash head-on with its opponents to cut or stab them. However, their attack is not guaranteed to reach the enemy. So Sword 1 practices target Dao, which guarantees she would hit the opponent. She later developed her Sword Dao to ignore distance and defense, targeting whatever she desires, including concepts. Elder He mobilized a significant quantity of his immortal chi to defend against such a direct attack. Meanwhile, Sword 1 took the opportunity to control the protective array to boost her strength. She acted swiftly while her opponent was distracted. She sent all the 100,000's great 1,000 world back to their coordinate perfectly intact, without any loss or anyone dying. Then, she targeted Elder He's head to cut it off. "What a shame," she muttered as she saw she only left a scar of blood on his cheek, which healed after a few seconds. "Panday, N0V1. Come, It seems I underestimate you, commented Elder He. Consider this your victory. Sword One watched him disappear with squinted eyes. Then, she waved her hand to collect something and return home. Emperor Jia, congratulations to the Tao opening sect. Our world has a protector. Congratulations to Origin fellow Taoist. We could not survive this situation without you. Congratulations. Now that the world is safe, I can rest easy. Now we'll be leaving. I feel the same. The sect has many things I need to take care of. I hope much prosperity to the Tao opening sect. Now, I have to go supervise my son's cultivation. One by one, the factions gave their congratulatory words before quickly leaving with one excuse after the other. Origin One did not say much besides nodding his head. He knew most of these people would plan on how to deal with this recent power shift, and many would even form secret alliances. However, his act of revealing Sword One's power was calculated, and he expected this outcome. Let's go talk to Sword One. Emperor Enlightening Academy. Headmaster Song Li ended the conversation, a deep frown on his face. What should we do now? Asked the teachers and insurgent. In this generation, they technically did not have a heaven chosen. The situation was not looking too good for them, and their future was bleak. The best option is to use the praying altar. Only the founder can save us, or at least give us a survival chance, said Songli after pondering for a while. Immediately, the academy headed to a secret realm with an altar of Emperor Kong and prayed to it. You did a great job, commented Desolate One. However, Sword One shook her head. Even with the array, I can barely equal that man. He's not any ordinary immortal sovereign. He is not only powerful, but also experienced. You shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself. You've only got to that level and are still adapting. He's right. All that matters is you have the strength to protect the sect, said Origin One, who had just arrived. I'm not. Anyways, I still have some room for growth. As long as you have the right mindset. Now that we have the strength, should we use a more aggressive approach when doing things? No, our current model is fine. We must keep things calm until the kid proves the Tao, disagreed Origin One. Origin is correct, added Sword One. Plus, we have to be more careful. After I reach this realm, I sense there might be some hidden immortal sovereign left in our plane. What? Seriously? We did suspect this possibility. However, all information proved otherwise. My question is, why have they not shown up? The ones I sensed seem feeble, so I guess they're secretly healing, replied Sword One. I'm also guessing some are hiding, sealed, or waiting for something. Everyone became quiet, pondering the ramification of this news. We always knew the Myriad Emperor world was the most complicated, said Judgment One. Since Eternals are hiding, why not a mortal sovereign? Forget about this for now, said Miscellaneous One. The pending issue is those people who attacked us. We can theorize they were responsible for what happened to the heaven-devouring emperor. But who are they exactly? Sword One took out one of her swords. Glad you brought this up. I got some blood from him, hoping to find them through it. She handed it to Miscellaneous One, who observed it. I should find something. He connected to the sex formation for his calculation, and as expected, there was an ungodly amount of resistance to calculating an immortal sovereign. Maybe the previous me could not do anything, but I've learned a great deal from the Emperor, thought Miscellaneous One before changing tactics and using the things he recently learned. Not enough power. Use the sex luck, said Origin One. They'll let you use the protective array. Under normal circumstances, the array could only be used once there was imminent danger and the Council of Emperor Lineages agreed. After all, any active use burns far greater resources. However, no one can say anything to Sword One, especially since she is not doing it to hurt other factions. The Tao opening sect just needed to give the excuse that she was fighting a foreign enemy and needed its strength. With this boost, Miscellaneous calculated something, a string of runes. And after translating them, they were coordinates. Is it the coordination to the Battle Spirit World community? Unless something changed since the Devil era, it should be. So, they're the planes scheming against us. So, who is the faction that sent that immortal sovereign? They must be from a very powerful and lucky faction to have a surviving sovereign. Everyone looked at Shadow One for an answer, since he was in charge of information gathering from the endless void. Don't ask me. I've only gathered basic information. Besides knowing the Battle Spirit world is fourth on the Eternal list and has a growing presence in the Commerce Hub, I know very little. With the closure of the Myriad Emperor world, Shadow One could not continue to gather more information and had left someone else protecting the Fate Shadow Guard as they worked on their own, semi-cut off from home. We really should not have taken such a secular approach after the Devil Era, commented Rainbow One, and everyone agreed with that statement. Isolating the world and the sect from the rest of the Endless Void did give them time to recuperate, but they should never have waited for so long to open their barrier. Please visit Panda in 0VE1. Coem, no point in complaining now. I'll contact the kids' Fate Shadow Guard to see if they know something, said Sword One, who did not want anyone else to go as she feared these foreign planes would besiege them. No need to go to the Commerce Hub to contact them. The kid left a way to contact them through a secret base in a great thousand world. Go there and ask for the information, explained Origin One, who understood her thought. Sword One agreed and teleported to the designated world after leaving the protective array. A few hours later, she returned. I think I know who's responsible, she immediately stated after returning home. The Spirit Genesis sect, known as the strongest sect. Better than us? Sword One shared the information gathered, which was basically one page with little information, and everyone reviewed it rather swiftly. This sect is weird, commented Turtle One. They act arrogant and overbearing in the Battle Spirit world. However, in the Endless Void, they're extremely low-key despite their influence. The basic information gathered on them highlighted this aspect. It painted the Spirit Genesis sect as a faction that does things in the shadow when interacting with otherworld communities. Wait, something is wrong, said Shadow One with a frown. The number of Eternal, why is it 2? What do you mean? After the sect master met with the heir of the Starlord Mountain, Muley, he learned there were only 2 factions with 2 Eternals. So, he asked me to investigate. And the result of that investigation was a sect known as Purple Heaven Temple. But they mysteriously disappeared, creating the rumor someone destroyed them. And they only had 7 emperors. Everyone frowned. Did they change their name? Doing such a thing would cripple a faction's chi luck and lead to their destruction. So why would they do that? Maybe a way to bypass the 9 Emperor curse. The Chaos Ruler sect tried that and looked at what happened to them. On the unlikely chance the Spirit Genesis sect used this method and succeeded, then the fact they could become the strongest sect and overcome their chi luck would make them very scary. My intuition tells me something else is going on, added Sword One. But how do we find the truth? Such information is not easy to investigate, given the current state of their information network and the lack of direction. We just have to ask someone who knows and might be willing to tell us. You're talking about our business partner? Yes. Will they demand someone in exchange? After all, we're only business partners, not allies. Maybe before, but after Sword One's power display, they should be more than willing. That person was correct. After Sword One contacted Starlord Mountain, an insurgent that looked like an older man responded and introduced himself as Star Monarch. Sir Star Monarch, I will be direct. I have to ask about the Spirit Genesis sect, said Sword One. She was truthful and told him about the attack and their theory about the Purple Heaven Temple. Of course, one of the reasons she told the truth about the attack was to determine whether the Star Beast world might be connected in some way. Regrettably, Star Monarch never showed any other emotion or change in expression besides a serene and peaceful atmosphere. That's an interesting guess, he said slowly. But the truth is more daunting. The second Eternal of the Spirit Genesis sect created a paradox. There are only 2 sects with 2 Eternals, you guys and the Purple Heaven Temple, but there are 3. I'm not following, said Sword One. Think of it this way. Heavenly Tao has a record of events that occurs in the lower dimension. These events are part of the Tao of heaven, known truths of heaven and earth. And Heavenly Tao's record states that only 2 sects have 2 eternal emperors. But the real truth is there's a third. How is that possible? That would mean he tempered with the entire lower dimension's heaven Tao. Exactly. Such a brilliant accomplishment, muttered Sword One, thinking how difficult it would be to pull something like this. What is that Eternal's name? He is known simply as Emperor Jia. How come his name is not more renowned? He seems to be a very secretive person. He influenced the Spirit Genesis sect's low-key and behind-the-scenes development custom. Sword One took a moment to process. What was his objective in doing so? That is a mystery. We guess it might be a form of protection for his sect, but there is bound to be some greater mystery behind it. Sword One agreed with that statement. She thanked Star Monarch for his hospitality before ending the conversation. PA, NDNOV 1, and Emperor Jia's name is from the sectarian faction, and the character Jia, for his name, has a different meaning than the one for the Jia family. Chaos Ruler Sect is mentioned in CH 232. For Symbol Mirror, Elder He appeared in the battle spirit world, and just as he quietly left, no one knew or detected his return. Without pause, he went to see the three Elder Council. Ancestor, how did it go? Hurriedly asked Patriarchy. The mission failed, Elder He replied calmly. Even you could not break through their protective array. I didn't get a chance. It appeared the upper dimension intervened and helped the Tao opening sect acquires eternal strength as protection. What? Patriarch, he did not expect this outcome. Meanwhile, Patriarch Jia sighed softly. Isn't this the reason we never directly destroy them during their weakened state? Fear of their ancestors in the upper dimension. Maybe we should have been bolder and more direct when the lower dimension was sealed, added the disciplinary. Elder He listened to these people conversation and could not help secretly shake his head. This generation's leader is a little mediocre. He agreed the sect needed to interfere with the Myriad Emperor world and the Tao opening sect, but he would never agree with a direct Emperor Tao war. The Spirit Genesis sect would definitely win the war, but the injury they would suffer in the process would be severe. And if the Tao opening sect decides to destroy all their resources before they are eradicated, then the victory would not even be worth it. What should we do now? Ask Ancestor Jia. Ask Patriarchy. Leave him to heal his injuries. Disagreed Elder He. Then we can ask other factions to send immortal sovereigns. We may have to pay a steep price, but now the Tao opening sect is a genuine threat. So let's not hesitate, stated Patriarch Jia. I agree. We can't, said Elder He. Why? Our actions are already a direct interference of the heavenward battle, and if not for its protection, even the lower dimension ceiling would protect us from true heavenly Tao. Any more direct attack will have severe consequences. That's true. The other factions do not have protections and won't be willing to take the risk, no matter the price we offer. Is there anything we can do? I don't want to leave things like this, stated Patriarchy, looking at his ancestor for guidance. Our only option is to use the four-symbol mirror. The three squinted their eyes after hearing this. Isn't this going too far? It is, so you need to determine whether it is worth it, replied Elder He. The four-symbol mirror is one of the greatest foundations of the Spirit Genesis sect, and it is a broken Empyrean artifact. Anything related to Empyreans will not be left in the lower dimension, as true heavenly Tao would remove them, even a broken weapon. However, Emperor Jia found one and created a way to leave it in the lower dimension for the sect. Although it is only a broken one, the power of the mirror is something even Elder He has awe and fear for. The price for using it alone might not be worth it, said Patriarchy, who suddenly appeared reasonable. Indeed, indeed. I know when it seems these people are not as bad as I thought Elder He. No matter the sect, there will be generations where their leaders are not on par. As long as they are not stupid to the point of ruining the sect's foundation, the old ancestors will not interfere and will wait for the next generation. You have to be smart about how to use it. Ancestor, what do you mean? Direct use of the mirror is also a form of intervention, and I just warned you of this. So, you need to use it in a way that is not interfering. The three frowned, confused by the ancestor's meaning. Ancestor, please guide us. Elder he did not immediately give him the answer, but patiently said, "What is the last information you received from the Myriad Emperor world?" "The cleanup was happening soon after more people reached the Supreme Realm," commented Disciplinary Head. "Now, use this information in combination with the mirror." The group frowned while pondering. A few minutes later, Patriarch He's eyes lit up. "The Heaven Chosens should now be in the Devil world for the cleanup. We can use the mirror there." "Exactly. Empress Wusil is nothing compared to the protective array. And luckily, it has been weakened by someone or something." Elder he went to check after his battle with Sword One. "Remember, this is an issue of the younger generation and has nothing to do with us, old geezers." "Understand," bowed Patriarch he before the others followed him. Elder he nodded before disappearing. "Please visit Panda, N0VE1. These people are too stupid. Let me check on this Elanian. I heard he's extremely talented and uninterested in political power, but hopefully he did not inherit his father's stupidity." The elder went to check on the sect's future emperor and chatted with him. When he returned to his seclusion, he was satisfied. The apple felt far from the tree. After this event, he would not see the light of day until after the heaven will battle. True heavenly Tao does not like the presence of immortal sovereigns in the lower dimension and often plots their forced ascension or, even worse, their death. It's only because of the sect protection, his luck, and cunningness he survived so long without any injuries or being sealed. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. I didn't like there was a sect more powerful than us, but now I don't like them even more, knowing how threatening they are, said Turtle One. "We only recently found out we were ranked second, so why are you mad?" rebutted Desolate. "Be that as it may, we must prepare in case we are forced to fight them." Turtle One said, "This statement is more than truth, especially considering the possibility they have more than one immortal sovereign." Everyone finally realized this possibility. "Did the Empress leave something that we could use?" asked the steward, which is the name of the voice that used to communicate with Wang Wuqing. Over the years, all the insurgents, especially the top ones, have been in retreat and do not interfere in the sect's affairs unless summoned or required. Meanwhile, the steward was in charge of keeping the sect working correctly and ensuring the descendants do not ruin everything with their incompetence. He's the one who stepped up and dealt with the situation when the Shadow Ruler proved to be more worthy of the sect master position in that generation. He's also the one who set up the rule that shadows can challenge their lords for the sect master position. "She only left a Tao will artifact and a protective talisman," replied Sword One. "She said she could not leave a talisman with her power, since some people might use it to track her. It's a shame we cannot help the founders, but we have our own situation to deal with," said Origin One. "I would really feel more secure if we had another eternal strength in our midst, but there is nothing we can do." He sighed out loud. "So, there's nothing we can do?" asked Turtle One. "Except leave it for the sect master to deal with in the future." "I don't like the idea of leaving everything to the kid," commented Sword One. "We should be the ones protecting him until he grows, not keep piling burden onto him." "As much as I agree with you, there is nothing we can do," sighed Origin One, who felt old and a little dejected. "There might be a way." Everyone looked at Desolate One with hope in their eyes. The Desolate Emperor suggested I underwent Foundation re-establishment and cultivating the sect Mater's black hole acupoints and his 8 heterogeneity foundation. No one was happy with his statement, but frowned instead. The foundation of a cultivator before becoming immortal in any of the 3 paths will affect their strength, and it is the same for insurgents. With the importance of foundation, some immortals can reforge their foundation by sealing their strength and return to immortal. Then they recultivated the mortal realm before absorbing their immortal essence or powers. However, things are not so simple. Sealing their immortal power is exceptionally complicated and delicate and could easily lead to losing it or even dying. On top of everything, they have to experience a horrifying heavenly tribulation and Tao heart tribulation. Unfortunately, things are not finished after surviving all these things. Cultivators will undergo a period of weakness and experience immense pain after sealing their power. It is the price of once again becoming immortal after ascending to immortality, the price of reducing their status as higher dimensional creatures. And in that period, they will not have their infinite lifespan, and they can be killed. If someone attacks them, they cannot remove the seal in their powers to fight back. Many people, the majority of people, will not reforge their foundation because of the tribulation. Others refuse to partake because they fear something might happen to them during that period of weakness. Of course, these people with such fear or fear of aging would die during the Tao heart trial. All these steps are for Tao ancestors and immortal venerables who wish to reforge their foundations. Emperors who also want to do this have to undergo another terrifying tribulation once they have to reabsorb their power. Furthermore, their process also involves merit and other complicated things. Most do not bother with this method because foundation reestablishment will not allow a second class to become first class or a pseudo-emperor to become eternal. It will only let them have the battle strength but not the means. "Are you sure about this?" asked Origin 1. "If you fail, you will die." "I know, and am prepared." Origin 1 nodded. "If someone has a chance to succeed, it would be you. Ask if you need anything. And I will be your protector during your time of weakness," added Sword 1. "I will be in your care." "I feel like I can breathe now," said Turtle 1 with a smile. "By the way, do we need to tell the sect master about the Spirit Genesis sect? The Heaven will battle is coming, so it might be best to wait afterward not to distract him." "No, he needs to know in advance since they will probably be one of the greatest obstacles to his plans," said Miscellaneous 1. "It's best for him to know and prepare," added Origin 1. "But we can wait until the cleanup finishes." Soul Path. Phew. Wang Wei exhaled as he opened his eyes. He finished today's meditation. He had alleviated his injury, reassuring him since he feared it would take too long to heal. In the past few days, while recovering, he searched multiple times to check if he had missed something. Luckily, he did not. He walked out of his tent, where he noticed the troops and his group having dinner over a fire. He took the plate Li Jun handed him as he sat down next to him. "Is your soul all right? It should be fine in a few days. I would offer you some soul-repairing pills, but I know these things are ineffective for you," commented Yen Liling. "It's fine. I forgot to ask, did you ever try refining the immortal pill?" Wang Wei once gave her the special array he received from the Miscellaneous Emperor that could create a unique immortal chi only for pill refining. "I have not succeeded yet because of the divine runes. However, it's a great challenge, and I look forward to succeeding. The immortal pill does require not only the absorption of immortal chi, but also a plethora of divine runes that would make Quasi-Emperor Tier pill look like child play. Why don't you refine it yourself? It might help with your injury. Immortal pills take years at the minimum to refine, so it will take too much time," replied Wang Wei. "Plus, it will be more meaningful if you are the first mortal to refine an immortal pill." "Maybe. However, Heavenly Tao might not acknowledge this accomplishment because of the immortal chi array. The array is the key to creating the pill, and there is only one that the Miscellaneous Emperor granted to Wang Wei. Unless we can recreate the array," added Wang Wei. "This may not be enough." Yin Liling shook his head. She was confident the Tao and immortal array masters of the sect would decipher the formation and recreate it. However, Heavenly Tao might wish for her also to be able to establish the array to acknowledge her feat of refining the immortal pill. "Well, do your best to succeed, since the reward should be quite the amount of merit." "I will." Yin Liling has been saving her merit to cultivate faster in the Emperor realm. "Try to do it before the Heaven will battle," added Wang Wei. "Are you truly going to make this technique public?" "Yes. However, the people who use it will give a share of the immortal pill they sell to the sect," explained Wang Wei. "It's not that big deal considering that less than 10 people have the talent to learn this method. In the Myriad Emperor world, maybe, but considering the entire endless void, that's a much larger number," countered Yen Liling. "And they all have to pay us patent fees," continued Wang Wei. "My guess is some factions in the Myriad Pill world have a similar method of refining immortal pill, even if it's not as perfect as ours. If they were as open-minded as us, how much more wealth could they have gathered over the generations? They could put in clauses in a contract that anyone who made innovations to this technique has to share it with them. If you put it that way, it does make sense. Of course, Yin Liling understood such a method would not work for some weak factions who could not protect their intellectual properties from others. Nevertheless, this method was a great business model for the faction with sufficient power. Could you use Liang Shixin's soul path method to heal your injury? Suddenly, said Li Jun. No, because it would require too much. Wang Wei spoke incoherently as his mind seemed elsewhere. After close to a minute of silence, how can I be so slow? He clicked his tongue. Did you think of something? Asked Li Jun. Why is there no soul path? What do you mean? Body, qi, soul, and Tao. From the information we know, I can theorize cultivators can achieve immortality after opening the gate of power. The immortal path is the path of qi, and Tao ancestor is the path of Tao. So logically, there should be a soul path. Emperor has a Tao body, Emperor soul, and high immunity to qi, commented Li Jun, a combination of the three paths. So, there should have been a soul path already existing. Exactly. Do you suppose there used to be a soul path, but something happened to it? Maybe someone destroyed it or something, added Yin Liling. That's one of the greatest possibilities, agreed Wang Wei. The other is true heavenly Tao removed that path for some reason. But I prefer the first one. That's worth thinking about. If someone removed the soul path, then that person must have erased it from history since no knowledge remains about it. Added Li Jun, the alternative is this event occurred in the distant past of the eternal ascension world, in a time where maybe the lower dimension did not even exist yet. True. The same goes for the true power Tao realm. I always suspect there should have been 3 gates instead of 2, and someone was responsible for the missing gate. However, Wu Hong told me she did not know anything. And for as long as she knows, it has always been 2. If someone was responsible for its disappearance, doesn't that mean trouble will come your way once you try to re-establish the soul path? Stated Tai Gang, which made Wang Wei's mouth twitch. Probably. You're really a trouble magnet. It may not be as you said. There is the possibility true heavenly Tao granted Liang Shixin the destiny to revive the soul path, and him just helping. After all, his unrelenting hatred for the Emperor path is suspicious. Please visit Panda N0VE1. Let's hope you're correct. Wang Wei glared at him since he felt this guy was calling him unlucky before looking at his palm. Is something wrong? Asked Li Jun, my palm is itchy. What? Can your palm be itchy? It's a sign I'm about to acquire tremendous wealth. Fortunate encounter? In this place? Apparently. Wang Wei was not surprised by this prediction. I would not have it any other way. Dragon of Darkness. Ao Shun watched as an illusory figure of a phoenix manifested above Envy's head before disappearing. He did not hesitate to rush toward her, leaving shadows in his traveling path. A beautiful and potent flame shield emanated from the spot he attacked her, trying to burn his hand into smithereens. Unfortunately, he had a naturally powerful body as a dragon. Ao Shun tried to break the shield with pure physical force, but Envy infinitely increased the temperature, countering his power. Then, a black energy cloud came from the dragon's body and instantly corroded the flame, turning them black. Ao Shun gained control of this intense flame and turned them into its owner, forcing Envy on the defensive. She knew she would be injured by such flame even with the power of the immortal phoenix, so she decided against direct confrontation. The phantom of a unique demon race called Tortoise Beetle manifested above her, and she condensed this beautiful golden shield to protect her. Regrettably, beauty does not equate to strength. The shield only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough time for her to distance herself from the aggressive dragon. At least, that was the plan. Ao Shin suddenly appeared above her, opened his mouth to become larger than humanly possible, and spewed a devastating breath of darkness. Envy acted swiftly as she mirrored the ability of the Kunpeng, the creature often recognized as the fastest between heaven and earth. She ran in a circular pattern to avoid the breath, ensuring not to come close in contact with it, as she saw the devastation it left behind wherever it touched. Tao of Darkness, with a focus on corrosion and decay, analyzed envy, since this was part of the reason she came here. If the alliance did not work out, she needed to gather as much information as possible. Meanwhile, Aoshan cared little for analysis, which can be seen as a flaw. His time in the martial hegemony world taught him not to give his opponent the time to breathe and to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible, since anything could happen in battle. And that is what he's doing. Rain of corrosion. The bright sky and the surroundings suddenly turned dark as the clouds became the embodiment of darkness. Then, rains dropped from the sky, but they were not normal ones. They were black and traveled countless times faster than light. He's an innate life form, as expected, thought Envy as she sensed his innate law. However, her ugly facial expression indicated it was not the time to think about these things. Her mind worked rapidly to think of a solution, and she chose the black tortoise as her next mirror. A black and white shield manifested above her head. At first, the drop of black rain would corrode the barrier, but Envy reversed Yang and Yin, making the black rain turn into their opposite, light. Panda, in OV, E1 regrettably, her advantage did not last long. Aoshan opened his mouth a second time to fire a breath of darkness, forcing Envy to defend herself against his two-front attack. Phew! Envy's eyes grew with surprise. She looked down at her stomach to see a black spear piercing her stomach. If her body did not instinctively move, it would have been her heart. She moved her head behind to see its origin as shadow. Why are you surprised? Shadows are one of the many ways darkness is manifested, replied Aoshan with a sneer before rushing toward her. Envy had a very limited to come up with countermeasures. Luckily, she survived the trial and had a plethora of battle experiences. Boom! Envy exploded herself, generating a flame bomb that sent Aoshan back and even charred the skin on his arm. Then, from the center of the explosion, a new Envy rose from the ashes like a phoenix. Sadly, she was not perfectly intact, as her complexion was pale. Damn D realm, she complained as she gazed at him, her eyes flashing with a cold light. As Aoshan spread his cultivation to the demon race, the stages of his D realm drastically increased. Now, he is only waiting to reach the quasi-emperor realm to fuse with his clones that receive the benefit of the orthodox D realm with his main body, which has the unorthodox D realm. Let's see how you enjoy having your power used against you. A new phantom appeared behind Envy, and it was the spitting image of Aoshan. Then, the power of darkness flashed around her. A mirror devil subspecies who can reflect or mirror things in the Tao of Envy, which involves self-loathing and being jealous to the point of wanting to become others, commented Aoshan. It's the perfect combination to copy other people's powers. But can you really copy everybody? No. But the only thing special about you is your innate law and the privileges heavenly Tao granted them. And I don't need to copy those. Aoshan squinted his eyes. I need to be more careful. He realized the opponent's strength was relative to him, so he could not eliminate her as swiftly as he wished. So, his cautious nature has awakened. Aoshan's arm turned into a black shadow as he punched forward. Corrosion punch. Envy followed him and used the same technique, canceling out his attack. Aoshan went for a fist-to-fist battle since he is more comfortable with this fighting mode as a martial artist. Bang! Their fists clashed, generating enormous shockwaves that destroyed the surrounding grounds and dispersed the clouds. If not for the limits of the game, the space would not remain intact, and the devastation of these attacks would have been farther and wider. Please visit Panda in 0v1. She's inherited my physical strength? Aoshan became frustrated for a moment before quickly reining himself and analyzing the situation. She should not have inherited by experience. Aoshan rushed and clashed with her, but this time things were different. After their first touch, a fog of darkness suddenly came from Envy's hand and enveloped her right hand before she could even understand what had happened. Luckily, she reacted quickly and cut off the corroded arm in time. Eroding barrier. Envy surrounded herself with a bronze-colored barrier with the power of decay. Anything or anyone touching it would suffer from its power. She took this moment of stability to analyze what occurred, ignoring Ao Shun, who was bashing the barrier. He can control darkness that exists in any place. In that last attack, he controlled the darkness created by my clenched fist. Truly ingenious, she thought with gritted teeth. With the Dui realm, it will take much effort to regrow that arm. My mission is finished, but I'm not satisfied. I will not leave until I make him suffer. Envy did not hesitate as she mirrored someone else, Wrath. As the phantom manifested, her face became paler, and blood trickled down from her eyes, nose, and ears. She gritted her teeth to bear the pain, but did not make a sound. She held a summoned sword with her left hand, taking a striking motion. Immediately, death alerts flashed in Ao Shun's mind as his skin tingled. Swish! He was horrified as he watched that slash with the power to eradicate heaven. He knew he would not survive this attack if he did not do something. So, scales covered his entire body like armor, providing them with defensive capabilities, unlike anything he previously displayed. Boom! The slash pushed Ao Shun hundreds of meters away before he crashed to the ground. He coughed a big mouthful of blood as he looked at his terrible state. He was almost cleaved into two. The dragon quickly raised his head to check on his opponent, but there was no one. Envy's base. She appeared in the castle and did not hesitate to rush to a room with a green pool. As Envy lay inside, a powerful vitality entered her body to heal all her injuries. After taking a moment to stabilize herself, she contacted Wrath through the mirror. How did it go? Not well. The demon race refused to ally with us. Although I expected this outcome, I'm still disappointed, replied Wrath with a sigh. Should we try to convince the other demon race? Demon tribe is very united under his banner. I doubt they would go against him, especially to ally with the devil race. Yes, with their alliance with the Tao opening sect, their live have improved tremendously. They don't actually need us, agreed Envy. Did you get information about him? Innate life form, as we theorized, Tao of darkness, 3-leaf strength, very aggressive fighting style, also cautious when needed. However, he was not using all his strength. During the entire battle, Ao Shun never used his full transformation, and Envy noticed. 3-leaf? The myriad emperor world is truly a cesspool of talented individuals. Do you know what species he is? Either a serpent or dragon. Envy saw the scale during the last attack, but she did not know for sure if they were from an innate dragon or some innate snake species. Snake or dragon, both powerful, muttered Wrath. Although snakes are often considered the degraded bloodline of dragons, this was not absolute. There are some innate snake life forms as scary, if not more, as dragons. I sense you used my power. What was the result? He survived with heavy injuries. He survived a 4-leaf attack? He might be hiding a lot of strength. Probably. All right, I'll notify the others. Be on standby to execute the plan at a moment's notice. Hidden rules. Wang Wei and the group looked at the towering mountain with a castle at the top. It was a world of white due to the snow, and they observed only one road from the bottom to the top. This thing is a nightmare to conquer, said Tai Gang. There's only one path, and our troops would be decimated before reaching the top. Even with the Undying Legion, we would suffer terrible losses before we reach the castle. It's a double-layer formation, added Yin Liling. The outer formation covers the mountain, while the inner layer protects the castle. Both are immortal tier, if not more. I'm guessing the array virus will not work for these formations? Asked Li Jun Panda, NOV, UNO, replied Wang Ju. With the formation, it's virtually impossible to dig secret tunnels to reach the top, Li Jun added. We cannot use blockade tactics since they are likely self-sufficient with a small world full of resources. We do not know the effect the low temperature will have on our soldiers, and given this stupid game, there will definitely be consequences. Everyone looked at the map, shaking their head. Without all the restrictions, they would have way more options to conquer this mountain. But as of now, it was impenetrable. The best tactic would be to lure them out, added Tai Gang. But I doubt the enemy is so stupid. So far, the Sloth King seems a rather careful individual by his actions, and he might not even be in the base. The conclusion is we might be able to conquer this place, but the damage to our troops would be catastrophic. So, it's not worth it, concluded Li Jun before looking at Wang Wei. What do you think? I don't care about the Sloth King. However, if I can get my hands on this base, my understanding of order-disorder Dao would benefit immensely. Do you want to take the risk? The price we will have to use to retrain these troops is not worth the benefit. I'm sure you can find another way to comprehend the laws from this game. Li Jun spent too much time with these men and did not want to die needlessly. We don't have to lose much. We will use their rules against them, replied Wang Wei before explaining his tactic. That might work, but you must deal with the formations. Leave it to Liling and me. Li Jun quickly mobilized the troops and divided them into many groups before sending them back to the previous cities they had conquered. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and Yin Liling sat cross-legged before the mountain entrance, analyzing this immortal formation. The process went smoothly with Wang Wei at the helm. Although his main body stopped studying professions, his other incarnations had plenty of time and took any chance they had to practice. So, he only had to absorb their knowledge and experience. 2 weeks later, the preparations finished. Wang Wei and Yin Liling activated the array flags they planted around the mountain to counter the formation. Then, Li Jun and Tai Gang led the troops. Surrounding the two legions were two different groups, Feng Li Jun's men and a group of mortal devils. With the threat of starving their loved ones, these devils had no choice but to follow orders. The group then used them as leverage. If the enemy fired on them, they would hit the mortals and be penalized by the rules. As expected, no one fired on the troops as they slowly marched up the mountain toward the castle. On the way up, Wang Wei and Yin Liling will continue to lay flags in different spots. Damn it, said the castle captain with gritted teeth as he watched the enemy's tactic. With this method, he could not use wide-scale attacks through the soldiers or the mountain formation. He could not even use an avalanche as a tactic. Archers, shoot the people in the middle, he ordered, and his troops responded. Unfortunately, Li Jun's troops were also elite and countered these attacks with their own arrows. Furthermore, they used Feng Li Jun's men as shields when necessary. After marching a quarter up the mountain, Li Jun already noticed his man's stamina deteriorated at a faster rate than before, most likely because of the snow. So, he ordered them to stop and set up camp. A group of archers will be on guard before switching to another. Yin Liling set up a formation of her own to protect the group and give them time to rest. She also ensured the devil mortal had proper heating. The last thing the group needed was for any of these people to die because of them. Inside the castle, the captain knelt while talking to a floating mirror. I guess I should have expected such cruel tactics from the myriad emperor people. Master, do you want to attack? We are willing to bear the consequences. No, Heavenly Tao is on our side because we care and protect the people to the best of our ability. Doing this is counterproductive to our purpose, disagreed Sloth. But at this rate, they would soon reach the castle. I doubt the formation is enough to stop them. Please visit Panda in 0v1. I know, so you guys need to use Tactic 15. I will give you authority for the base. The captain was momentarily shocked. As you wish. Sloth took one last look at his castle before ending the communication. He went to report to Wrath. The group slowly marched up the mountain for 3 days until they reached the castle. Have you noticed? Said Tai Gang, looking at the castle ahead. Yes, their attacks have not been as constant as the first day, nodded Li Jun, who looked at the other two set-up flags. A few hours later, the formation opened, and Li Jun broke the gate with one spear. As he led his soldiers inside, he quickly noticed an anomaly. Too few soldiers were in this place. The devil troops looked at the invaders with hatred. Then, with unbridled passion and determination, the leading general yelled, "Glory to the devil race! Curse the humans!" He crushed a talisman that immediately led to countless runes appearing above the castle. "As expected, they want to blow up the castle to kill us with it," said Yin Liling, who calmly activated the flags they placed all over the place, taking control of the castle's formation and annulling the devil's attempt. Li Jun led his men to kill the remaining devil soldiers while Wang Ju went to check the castle. Everything disappeared, leaving little to nothing of value. However, they discovered the central hub of the base, which was a mirror. "According to the game rule, we can use the base's power after conquering it," stated Wang Wei as he looked at the mirror. "However, if they destroyed it as planned, we would have nothing." "What can this mirror do?" asked Li Jun. "I can monitor the entire sloth territory and use teleportation once a day." "That's it. What do you expect?" said Tai Gang. "The entire point is to restrict us." "That's more than enough," commented Wang Wei. "Use the mirror to get the 100 million troops quota. I'm going to use this place to retreat." Wang Wei used the main room of the castle for his retreat. He connected to this base, comprehending the order-disorder laws that Heavenly Tao used to create this base or the concept behind this base's existence. The process was smooth and fast because he essentially had a teacher teaching about this particular law. As such, a few days later, after using his spirit particles and 360 future Buddha self, he learned something new: how to add hidden rules and restrictions using order and disorder Tao. "Quite the fruitful retreat," muttered Wang Wei as he opened his eyes. "Now, time to find out what the devil race is planning." As he walked out, he saw Wang Ju waiting for him. "How was the situation?" Li Jun fulfilled his quota. "Oh," said Wang Wei as he checked his entrance token, and she was correct. "I knew I could count on him. Do you want us to exit the game and leave one soldier for you?" "No need for that," replied Wang Wei before mobilizing his order Tao. After using a technique, the title above his head suddenly changed to Neutral King. He could now travel anywhere in this territory, but the restriction is he could not attack anyone, unless counterattacking. "As you expected of you, young master." "Oh my, since when were you so complimentary? Isn't it you who said it would help my career to sometimes slip some compliment to the boss? I remember your exact words were to be discreet and not make it look like you're a sycophant." "Haha, I did say that, didn't I? Well, who would reject compliments?" replied Wang Wei as he looked into the sky. "Tell Li Jun he can send the troops home, but don't leave it. I feel something big is going to happen." "Something big? What do you mean?" "Just a feeling." Wang Wei then flew away. With his new status, he still could not teleport, but he did not need to with his speed. Devil's Purpose. Wang Wei flew to the Greed territory before landing. He did not have a map, but he could calculate the places he had to go with limited results. He flew to the nearby mountains, forests, and even some cities. After finishing, he flew to the Envy territory and repeated the process. After doing this for all 7 territories, Wang Wei had a pondering look. "Let's make a final check." He flew to a nearby mountain and set up a formation. Subsequently, he sent a projection to leave this subcontinent and headed to the 9 Devil God world to look at the situation. 7 Deadly Sins Conference. "He stopped in my territory," said Pride. "Don't be as stupid as Lust and attack him," commanded Wrath. "I know. The question is, how does he have such mobility?" asked Greed. "Did he use the same method as Ilian? "No, he used his disorder Tao to give a special title," analyzed Wrath. "A title that granted him mobility by sacrificing something." "Can he do that?" "With a high enough understanding of order-disorder Tao. Luckily, he is the only one that cultivates this Tao to this level," added Sloth. "None of that matters," said Gluttony. "With his intelligence, it's only a matter of time before he discovers our plan. We need to prepare what to do after this." Everyone agreed with him, so they looked at Wrath, who sighed. "We may not have many options." "Can't you stop him?" asked Envy. "Of course not," replied Wrath. "Even with Devil Retribution Sword?" "The sword is not readied yet. And even if it was, I won't know the final result until I subdue it, replied Wrath, stressed as she caressed her temple. Dismiss, and we will intervene at a later date. Stay away from Wang Wei if he ever comes to your base. Wrath opened her eyes from the main room of her castle. She stood up and fixed her clothes before heading to a special room with a formation. After activating it, she waited a few seconds before a shadowy figure appeared. She bowed with the utmost politeness. Master, what has happened? Here is the current situation. I see, said the figure before sighing deeply. Maybe this is fate. Master, you don't need to say anything. The figure looked at his favorite disciple. Wrath was the first of the other 7. He met her long before the others and personally trained her. The shadowy figure allowed her to inherit his most powerful Tao, Heaven Eradicating Tao. He told her about the 9-Extremity Tao Foundation and watched over her during her reincarnation. He ensured the reincarnation was not random and she could establish her foundation in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, Empress Wusil was difficult for him to completely nullified in his current state, so it affected Wrath during her reincarnation, making her fail the process. Luckily, Wrath was not discouraged and thought of creating the Devil Retribution sword to make up for her strength. Then, the figure met the other 6 and had her participate in a trial to show her dominance. Once he gathered the 7, they began the plan. I don't have much time left, said the figure. Master, said Wrath, with tears falling from her eyes. She remembered when she was nothing but a young devil, starving in the 9-devil god world. Her master gave her food, shelter, and strength to protect herself and the people she cared for. During her long life, her master has always been with her. You have the bad habit of relying on me when things get too difficult. I will no longer be here, so you have to deal with this situation yourself. Please visit Panda in 0v1. I will. Disciple, I'm sorry. You don't have to be, but I am. I should never have forced my dreams, hopes, and regrets on you. I am willing. The figure shook his head. What choice did that starving little girl have? You need to take care of yourself from now. Remember, your safety is more important than the plan. The shadowy figure looked in the Pride territory direction before disappearing. Wrath breathed deeply before wiping the tears from her eyes. She knew this moment would arrive one day. She did not expect it to come when things were so close to success. After calming her emotions, a look of determination appeared before leaving the room. Wang Wei opened his eyes. As predicted, one of his working theories was correct. The devil race in this continent wanted to sacrifice the 9-devil god world to the myriad emperor world in exchange for accepting their status as a subspecies of humans with devil bloodlines. This plan is why most devils in this continent have a human bloodline. Some can even be considered pure humans with devil bloodlines. If this plan succeeded, not only would the crime of the devil's race be pardoned, the 7 Sins Kings will be allowed to participate in the Heaven will battle and prove the Tao. Wang Wei frowned as the situation became complex. He divined something and sighed with disappointment. Only 2? Not enough. After absorbing the 9-devil god world, the myriad emperor world will only give birth to 2 heaven will. This should be good news for Wang Wei, since he could split the final battle with Di Tian without competing. However, this result would affect his plan for Li Jun and Yen Liling. Should I let them compete in the generations after my father instead? We have the karma washing water, even if I'm not here, thought Wang Wei. After all, he was not entirely sure he could defeat Di Tian, since the latter had a higher chance of reaching 10 extremity than him. If there was no need to fight, and he could prove the Tao, why not take this opportunity? After all, who wants to work hard for something they could easily acquire? Who wants to take risks in uncertain things when something else is guaranteed? So, the answer was obvious. He should... No, I cannot have this mindset, thought Wang Wei, who woke up from this temptation. My cultivation path will not be easy or smooth, and Di Tian is nothing but of the many obstacles I must overcome. His mind cleared, and he began to analyze this choice more rationally. Li Jun's role would allow him to gather a ton of merit, so he needed someone with the appropriate strength and someone he could trust. Meanwhile, Yin Liling will be part of the protocol to ensure the longevity of his era, allowing him to benefit from the era's luck for a long period after he ascends. If they have to prove the Tao after his father's generation, too many unpredictable variables could happen, and it's not guaranteed they would prove the Tao then. Meanwhile, if he refined the 9 Devil God world, these two are guaranteed to succeed. Additionally, his plan of making these 2 emperors is a way to deal with the 12 Emperor curse. Li Jun and Yin Liling will be the sect's 11th and 12th emperors, and his father will be the 13th. After his training, his father should have 5 root strength once he completes his 9 extremity foundation. As such, once he participates in the next generation's heaven will battle. Heavenly Tao will not have much time to scheme against the sect, nor would it be able to do much against Wang Tian's overwhelming strength. The best course of action Heavenly Tao can take is to skip the next generation as it did before. However, Wang Tian can still wait for another generation and would still win. Wang Wei has decided to modify samsara to prevent anyone practicing 9 extremity from reincarnating in the myriad emperor world in the next few generations. In conclusion, only if a heaven chosen who has the unorthodox 9 extremity foundation showed up in the next few generations would Heavenly Tao have a slight chance at stopping Wang Tian from proving the Tao and breaking the curse. If only there were other worlds similar to devil worlds left, thought Wang Wei. From what he learned from his wife, after the devil race's downfall, other planes placed pressure on 3 different planes that had a similar composition to the 9 devil god world, where multiple emperors existed at once. They forced these worlds to revert to a system of 1 emperor per generation. Maybe things have changed, and there is some new world? However, he shook his head since there was no way to know as of now. His Fate Shadow Guard had access to a few hundred world communities because of the Commerce Hub. However, there were 3,000 communities in the lower dimension, and it was not easy to gather information on all of them. Furthermore, there is a reason it would be easy for him to refine the 9 Devil God world. It's because the generational cleanups have caused a strong karmic bond between these 2 worlds, making them deeply interconnected. Other places did not have this connection. Anyways, he made his choice and will accept the result. He had the utmost confidence in himself that he would be the final winner. Wang Wei took this opportunity to check on the science and technology world. The scientists had already created the 9th stage genetic warrior and were working on quasi-emperors before tackling the emperor's blood. I need to convince Heavenly Tao to refuse this merger. Otherwise, they'll have to do something to lose the Sun era title. This was the best solution to the current problem. Wang Wei prepared to contact Heavenly Tao and negotiate when he sensed something. Who is there? Primogenitor. Wang Wei saw a young man floating before him. The young man was handsome, with piercing red eyes that seemed to penetrate the soul. The person wore a black robe, but they were not actual clothes. It was more akin to a robe made entirely out of shadows. Despite his young visage, he had an air of vicissitude around him, indicating he might be considered ancient compared to even his sex ancestors he interacted with. Who are you? Wang Wei asked again, already on guard and prepared to activate the talisman Origin One gave him. People used to call me the Devil Primogenitor, but my name is Mo Yuan. Devil Primogenitor? You're the true devil responsible for the devil race's invasion of the lower dimension? You even know of this? I guess I should not be surprised. But yes, you are correct. Shouldn't you be dead? I should, but things like resentment, regret, willpower, and obsessions are powerful forces that can create miracles. I guess they are, muttered Wang Wei as he suddenly understood many things. He now knew who created the heavenly Tao of this continent, who gave it its power and modified it to protect the devils in this place. What can I do for you, Lord Mo Yuan? I did not expect to see another true devil before I disappeared. I was curious, so I came to see you. I don't think true devils are such a rarity. They are. There are many seedlings in the chaos universe. People born resenting rules and restrictions, pursuing absolute freedom. However, few can walk the path of cultivation, and fewer can become enlightened on a true devil's identity and accept it. If you put things that way, we might indeed be rare. You don't seem to care too much about being a true devil. Well, it's not like there is any benefit in being one, said Wang Wei while shrugging. Plus, why would I let a title dictate how I feel, believe, or behave? Am I a true devil? Okay, it won't change much in my life. Mo Yuan paused after hearing this before a burst of boisterous laughter emanated from him. Maybe if I had a similar mindset, things would have been different. So, what exactly happened to you? Why should I tell you? Replied Mo Yuan with a relaxed smile. Common, help a fellow true devil out. Ha, what an interesting kid. Instead of answering your question, tell me what you think happened to me. Isn't it obvious? Based on the devil race's fate in the lower dimension, your actions created too many enemies and not enough friends or allies. And the result was you dying through the besiegement of countless powerhouses. Mo Yuan's joyous mood suddenly changed, replaced by anger, hatred, sadness, and unwillingness. Then he sighed. You're right. I was so obsessed with becoming free that I became a fool. My actions endangered my race, condemning them to years of pain and suffering. Mo Yuan looked in the distance, his eyes scanning this subcontinent before gazing at the sealed nine-devil god world. Do you know the saddening thing? My actions were meaningless in the grand scheme of things. I projected all my hatred into true heavenly Tao, believing once I eradicated it, I would be free. Ha ha ha! How stupid I was. It is nothing but a small part of a much larger cog. My vision should have been grander. I should have considered things more thoroughly, using heavenly Tao as nothing more than one of my stepping stones to true freedom. Better yet, I could have allied with it if it could help me achieve my goal. Mo Yuan shook his head as he realized he was rambling. He then looked back at Wang Wei. Excuse me, I have a lot on my mind, and I got carried away. I understand. After all, there is no cure for regrets. Is that what drives you to pursue freedom? One of the reasons, replied Wang Wei. I have family and loved ones. I do not want any regrets because I could not prevent or fix if something happened to them. I see, uttered Mo Yuan softly as the image of wrath flashed in his mind. You wanted to ask me some questions? Go ahead. How did your conquest of the eternal ascension world last for so long? I know countless powerful factions like the Tao Opening Sect, the Buddhist sect, the Qin Saint Court, and numerous others attacked you together. How did you block the power of so many paragons? Wang Wei could not understand this aspect of history, especially after confirming the devil race made too many enemies and not enough allies. You do know a lot, replied Mo Yuan. I guess there's no point in hiding it now. I possessed a broken half-step detachment treasure. Although I could not utilize all its power, it was enough to fight all these unparalleled genius and remain victorious. Half-step detachment? Is that the name of the realm after paragons? Fitting, I guess, thought Wang Wei. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. I understand now. After your defeat, the Eternal Ascension world underwent a golden age. However, it was most likely not a coincidence. My ancestor, Qiyuan, learned of the cultivation path after Paragon from your broken treasure. Then, he planned the second origin battle and maybe even the golden age to find the way forward. Correct, said Mo Yuan as the hatred and unwillingness flashed in his eyes again. And the treasure is probably a chess move from Grand Tao to accelerate the growth of the chaos universe. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he understood the latter's meaning. After the ultimate taboo, although many paragons died, half-step detachment appeared in the universe. No, they became more common, essentially elevating the power ceiling of the universe. Mo Yuan gave him an approved look before saying, let's stop talking about these things since you're too weak. Wang Wei nodded and no longer pressed on the issue. Are you now going to tell me the real reason you came to see me? Yes. I want to make a deal with you. I'm listening. I want you to give my disciple, Wrath, an opportunity to rise. In exchange, I will tell you where I kept that treasure. Didn't someone take it after your defeat? I don't know. It might have fallen in someone's paw, or it might have been lost during the chaos. However, The secret realm I received the treasure contained 2 pieces. I only passed the trial for one, and you can try for the second. Is it in the eternal ascension world? Panda. NOV, you wanna know. It's somewhere in primordial chaos. Why are you asking me to help one person instead of your race? Continued Wang Wei. Mo Yuan did not immediately answer. Instead, he looked at the 9 devil god world, focusing on the seal around the plane. I'm actually thankful to Empress Wu. In the upper dimension, they wiped out every single devil race member. To this day, anyone with a thread of our bloodline will suffer discrimination and have a hard life. The same fate happened to my comrades in the lower dimension. Luckily, the seal acted as a form of protection, and the cruelty of the myriad emperor world ended up sparring the extinction of the devil race. All the more reason you would want to save them. Your presence is proof that fate does not want the devil race to make a comeback, replied Mo Yuan. He did not think it was a coincidence that another true devil would be stopping his race's rise. Plus, I've taken solace in the fact that my race exists in other chaos worlds and thrives in some places. If I only have to watch out for her, I don't mind accepting your deal. I give you my word. Mo Yuan smiled, since that was enough for him. He knew true devils were the most honorable, untrustworthy people. They will lie, steal, and scheme for their goals and ambitions. However, they will not break them once they give you their words. He raised his hand to condense a ball containing information before suspending it before Wang Wei. He did not directly inject it into the latter's body. After putting the thing away, Wang Wei asked, "Are you not going to say goodbye to Wrath? You seem to care a lot about her." "I've already said my final words," replied Mo Yuan. "One last piece of advice. You might not care about your true devil status, but some people will. I guess as much." With the rebellious ideologies of true devils, Wang Wei could already predict the amount of trouble these guys would cause wherever they were, giving the name a bad reputation. Mo Yuan began to disperse into tiny motes of lights. Now he felt some peace after meeting someone like him and ensuring his disciples' future. The obsession that kept him tethered to this place vanished. More importantly, the remaining power of the treasure also dissipated. It's confirmed. Someone forcibly changed the main timeline. Who has such power? And why did they do it? In the last moment before he died, Mo Yuan connected to his treasure and saw some odd image he could not understand. He saw he died under Empress Wu's hand. However, his real death had no relation to her. At first, Mo Yuan thought his mind peeped into a parallel timeline. But now, he finally understood the truth. Someone forcibly changed the primordial timeline, which should not be possible. Well, it does not matter to me. My story ends here. He took one last look at Wang Wei. I wish I could see how his story unfolds and eventually ends. He looked at Wrath, who was preparing to respond to the current situation. I wish I could see you grow. Heavenly Dao's chat. Wang Wei watched Mo Yuan disappear and could only sigh. He cupped his hand before bowing deeply. He showed respect for a senior who walked the same path. Maybe in the future, his fate will be the same. No, the only difference is he won't be alone if it ever ends for him. At least, he hoped it would be so. He looked in the direction of the Wrath territory before continuing his original objective. Contact Heavenly Dao and have a conversation. Soon, Wang Wei found himself standing in an all-white space with an enormous eye above him. "My son, what can I do for you?" "Son? Well, technically, all creatures of the myriad emperor world are Heavenly Dao's children," thought Wang Wei. Of course, he would not call her mother or father. Their relationship only recently became decent, and depending on how today goes, it might sour again. "I came to convince you to refuse the merger with the 9 devil god world," said Wang Wei. "Why would I do that? The merger will drastically increase my world source and benefit the world." "But what about the downside?" countered Wang Wei. "The devil race is hated by every plane in the lower dimension. Once they know we accept them as one of our own, many will react negatively. I know the danger, and they're worth it." Wang Wei squinted his eyes as many things flashed in his mind. He knew Heavenly Dao was not stupid, nor did it rely on emotion to make decisions. Everything it did was based on pure logic and with an objective in mind. You want to use the pressure of the other planes to forcibly accelerate the rate of the myriad Emperor plane's recovery? Yes, the new era will need some time before it can revitalize the world. However, foreign pressure is a great way to accelerate the process. Wang Wei controlled every fiber in his body to not call this thing stupid. He never thought that his willpower would work so hard for self-control one day. There's a time for everything. The myriad Emperor world needs a period of peace to lay the foundation. Then it can interact with other planes. It does not require to be constantly overcoming enemies. And this is exactly what will happen if we accept the devil race. Other factions will use this excuse to justify war against us. Under the banner of avenging the atrocities of the devil race, any faction with some influence can rally hundreds of planes, if not more, against us. I have faith in you. You shouldn't, replied Wang Wei. As the ruler responsible for the development of the myriad Emperor world, you should never place all your eggs in one basket. What if Tian is the one who is the final winner? Do you think he would care if a bunch of planes invaded? As long as he revives his wife, he will sell the world if necessary. What about the others? On the likely chance they're the last man standing, would they have the strength to stop an invasion on such a large scale? The answer is obvious. Finally, there is me. Do you think I would just accept becoming the enemy of the entire endless void? I am a person who learns from his history. The devil race suffered a catastrophe of annihilation because they were enemies with the whole world. Why would I repeat their mistake? Furthermore, you overestimate how much I care for the myriad Emperor world. I want it to prosper beyond any era that ever existed because it will bring me merit, luck, destiny, and protection. If I had to face an invasion from so many planes, I would just ensure the survival of my sect. That is the ugly truth. Heavenly Tao did not immediately answer as it calculated the effect of its decision, taking every word of Wang Wei into account. It calculated Wang Wei would set up the foundation of a brilliant era. Unfortunately, it did not know the exact plan. However, no matter the era, it will take a couple of generations to show any real effect. So, Heavenly Tao wanted to accelerate the process. Taking into account Wang Wei and Tian's strength after proving the Tao, they should be able to stop any invasion and use war to accelerate the recovery and growth of the plane. It even prepared to negotiate with Tian using his wife's imprint. Now, Heavenly Tao wavered on its decision, especially after the recent things that occurred outside of the plane with the foreigners. Please visit Panda N0V1 Co. Furthermore, you need to see things from a long-term perspective instead of short-term, continued Wang Wei. And as long as the devil race is part of our plane, these factions will have a justification to wage war against us. We might defeat them now, but a few hundred generations later, they can use the same excuse to start a war and rally allies. Then there is the integration of the devil race. Their hatred for humans is ingrained deeply in their bloodline. After integration, such intense emotions are bound to create chaos, contradictions, and infighting. At first, the problem won't be as big because of how weak they are. However, when a mighty great emperor appeared in their ranks, the same situation with the Golden Ape Emperor might occur, but even worse. I considered this possibility and hoped you used your diplomatic capabilities to deal with this issue, just like you did the demon race. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He did not know whether to be thankful Heavenly Tao thought so highly of him, or should he complain that the latter overestimated him. The demon race is still a ticking time bomb despite my effort. I will spend some time appeasing them and making their situation better. But even then, I will not be able to completely garner their trust, nor remove their hatred for humans. And in the case of the devil race, their hatred and distrust are 100 times worse. Even if I did my best to alleviate the situation, after leaving, everything could revert to the way it was. To be honest, this is one of my worries for the demon race. The demons are a rigid and unmalleable species. So, there is a high possibility of that happening. Wang Wei agreed with that statement. Back to the devil topic. Accepting them in our midst has other repercussions. We do not know how it will affect the great emperors from our plane after they ascend. From my knowledge, they're also greatly hated in the upper dimensions. Maybe some powerhouse will begin to attack members of our plane for accepting the devil race as our own. The upper dimension is outside the scope of my duty. I did not consider this possibility. Heavenly Tao knew it benefited greatly when its emperors reached higher cultivation stages or accomplished extraordinary feats in the upper dimension. However, once an emperor ascends, they are beyond the scope of its programming. Finally, there are the devil cultivators in the Western continent. Recently, they have been quiet and docile because of the pressure from other fractions and the lack of power. But after the devil integration, these devil cultivators will definitely ally with the devil race to increase their strength. They would soon become more restless and cause more chaos. Wang Wei has not decided what to do with the devil cultivators. A part of him wants to eliminate them since they are a source of trouble, a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Another aspect of him felt they could be helpful since their craziness and brutality make them some of the greatest military strength when used appropriately. Heavenly Tao considered everything his chosen champion stated and calculated the world's future, weighing its previous decision. It also took into account the possible selfish motive of his chosen son. But it did not mind since it understood humans. The protagonist of its plane was a race driven by emotions like selfishness and desires. It weighed the pros and cons. After hearing your argument, I conclude my initial decision was flawed. So you've agreed to stop the merger? Yes, Pi and Dan 0v1. C0M Wang Wei breathed in relief. He did not want to do something drastic and force this merger to stop. I thank you for granting me an audience. Heavenly Tao did not say anything else and sent Wang Wei back. The main reason for such a swift decision was that it did not want to fall out with its chosen son. After years of calculation, Heavenly Tao concluded he was the only one who could create a brilliant era. Anyone else who received the title of Era's son could, at best, create an era on par with the past, but never surpass them. And such a person was rare to find amongst the current Heaven Chosens. Many had the strength to establish the era, but lacked the foresight, ingenuity, intelligence, charisma, and desire to make the world better. The truth is that if DTON were more malleable and open to working together, Heavenly Tao would not place all its eggs on Wang Wei and decided quickly to end this merger. Changes. Rath's face became ugly as she received the news. The moment she heard Wang Wei was investigating all 7 territories, she had a hunch this would be the result. She did not immediately give up and used an altar in one of the castle's rooms to contact Heavenly Tao to negotiate. After a while, Rath opened her eyes, trying extremely hard to control herself and not go on a rampage. She tried arguing with Heavenly Tao and convinced it to reconsider. She argued she would handle her race and have them stay low-key and not be detected. She argued she would manage their hatred and swore not to ally with the devil cultivator in the West. Regrettably, Heavenly Tao had better arguments about the consequences of other planes discovering the revival of the devil race and the effect their rise would have on the upper dimension. Rath's last attempt was to compromise and ask Heavenly Tao to only accept some people in this subcontinent with a certain level of human bloodlines. But it even rejected this proposition. As she sat dejected on a throne, she pondered the next step. The plan she had spent so long working on ended before it even began, which was a devastating blow to her mind. She considered all her options before taking a deep breath. 7 Sins Conference. Wrath, what happened? The plan failed. The myriad Emperor worlds Heavenly Tao backed out of our agreement. What? Wang Wei's doing, I suppose? Asked Pride. Yes. We should have expected this outcome once he began to snoop around the other territories, added Envy. So, what are we going to do next? Asked Gluttony. Everyone looked at Wrath, waiting for her to make a decision. The plan continues, but we will go about it differently, said Wrath. What do you mean? We will abandon our identity as devil race and integrate into the myriad emperor world. As long as we can prove the Tao, we can remove the seal and protect our race. Use the array for us only instead of the entire race, summarized Pride. It might work, but Heavenly Tao will still ask us for a price. One of the devil gods is enough of a price, added Wrath. If it is only the the 6 of us, Heavenly Tao might accept, but it also might refuse. That's my only worry. Wrath had not finished speaking when the projection space the group used to communicate began to tremble. Before they could react, the illusory space ejected everybody out, and the conference forcefully ended. "What's going on?" muttered Wrath before sensing something and appearing outside of the castle. She looked at the sky and immediately noticed it was no longer pure blue. It was now separated into 4 colors: blue, red, black, and white. Cracks appeared above the heavens out of nowhere before Heavenly Tao manifested itself. Unknown interference, the game rules collapsing, activating counterattack protocols, mission, Fai Luri. Wrath's face changed after seeing the information displayed above in the sky. Before she could think, process, or complain about how the situation, a talisman condensed before her. She immediately recognized what it was since her master had mentioned it before. She used her divine sense to immediately refine the talisman. It's so weak. Anyway, it's still enough. She immediately controlled the remaining power of this continent's Heavenly Tao to create a small world with extended capacity. Then, she summoned all the devil race, mortals or not, into the small world. It's regrettable I could not save the others. Anyway, there's still some power left, thought Wrath as she teleported to the room where the devil retribution sword was brewing. Without hesitation, she sacrificed the remaining power of Heavenly Tao to accelerate its growth. "Come on," thought Wrath before she sensed something. She turned around, and her heart almost popped out of her chest. She saw someone behind her with a bright red mark floating above their head. Gluttony territory. A young man with green eyes sat beside a bonfire, deep in thought, despite the noses of the troops next to him. Please visit Panda, N0V1. And the 100 million troops limit seemed to be much, but before these two, they won't do much, thought Parasite. Even with an alliance of people with 100 million troops, they could slaughter everyone in a matter of hours, if not less. He spat on the floor. It was an odd green color. No matter. The only purpose of these cannon fodders is to buy enough time to use designer's weapon. Such a weapon will be extremely draining and has a limited number of use. Furthermore, they have to consider the possibility of evading countless other variables. Parasite suddenly felt something and looked at the sky. He saw Heavenly Tao's message and the change of color. Someone outside is interfering? His eyes lit up as he waited for the changes to end. Immediately, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulder as he regained his freedom. He teleported to the distance in an instant before returning to his original place. Parasite took a communication talisman to contact the others. However, he saw a bright red mark floating above his head before he succeeded. A target? He frowned since he could not understand how this came about. He tried a few techniques he knew to remove them, but the power behind this marker was beyond his understanding. This power has a faint fluctuation that seemed familiar, thought Parasite for a moment before stopping thinking about it, since he could not recall. Then, he contacted the others. "Do you guys know what's happening?" "Some outside force is intervening in our cleanup," said Undead Flame. "I know this much," countered Paraste, annoyed that he stated the obvious. "I sense a lot of spatial disturbance. I guess a bunch of people teleported to this continent," added Designer. "And based on the target above our head, their targets are probably people from the Myriad Emperor world. So, some plane wants to use this method to kill most of the Myriad Emperor world's Heaven Chosens and delay their rise," summarized Parasite, even more annoyed. "A pointless endeavor. All this will do is kill the weak ones and make it easier for these two to prove the Tao. Their plan lay on using other Heaven Chosen as cannon fodder through an alliance. However, the recent changes in this continent will not affect Wang Wei and DTon, only their allies, thus ruining their plans. There is little we can do in this situation besides actively hunting these foreign heaven-chosens, added Undead Flame. However, if we display too much strength, we will be on Wong Weiss' radar. And as you know, he has no hesitation about killing us just because of his suspicions. Isn't there some restrictions about him hunting us down? After all, as an Era's son, his actions would be detrimental to the world's growth, asked Parasite, and he looked at Designer for an answer. Sons of Era must kill each other for destiny. That's how things should be. However, this is the first time I've heard about a complete one, so I'm not sure. Anyways, we cannot put our faith in the possibility he will not hunt us down, added Undead Flame. True. Anyway, this situation can be favorable to us, added Parasite. We can help some of our allies that cannot reach the 100 million troops limit. All the Heaven Chosens are now gathered in this place, making it easier to make allies. This is also a perfect opportunity to gather more resources, commented Designer. We can plunder from these foreign Heaven Chosens, or better yet, kidnap them and ask for their faction to pay us handsomely to return them intact. This might work, agreed Parasite. However, we should be careful and use a third party for negotiations. As I said, we need to be more low-key. Should we contact the others? Asked Undead Flame, and the three immediately became quiet since they knew what he meant. The Seven Moons also sent spies in other world communities. However, their existence is a backup plan in case the ones in the Myriad Emperor world fail. These spies must prove the Tao in other world communities before banding together to restrict any growth to the Myriad Emperor world. And if possible, give them a strong enough blow to delay their recovery for countless generations. The Seven Moons know the rise of the Myriad Emperor world is fated to occur, and it is the catalyst for the return of the other paragons in limbo. However, as beings who reached the pinnacle of the cultivation world, they can manipulate fate or destiny to some extent. A better word would be to influence fate and redirect its power. There is no benefit from contacting these people besides risking exposing ourselves, disagreed Parasite. We can exchange information to prepare in case our mission fails. We will not fail. Panda, NOV 1. Only people who are stupidly arrogant believe in absolute, countered Undead Flame. No matter how well thought our plans are, there is a chance of failure. So, we must prepare for the worst scenario. He's right, added Designer. You know what is at stake? They are from the upper dimension, and their factions are directly or indirectly related to the Seven Moons. They are loyal and deeply rooted with these rulers, meaning their fate is connected. If the Seven Moons fall, their fate won't be any better. All right, let's contact them. Another great deal. A beautiful woman walked out of a portal, looking at the surrounding with confusion. Her presence or beauty immediately eclipsed the ground she stood on, the floating clouds, and even the air she breathed. A few seconds after landing, some information appeared in her mind, telling her to hunt the people with the red mark above their heads. What is going on? Muttered Sushur. Not long ago, news of a secret realm with the inheritance of an eternal supreme spread throughout the world at an alarming rate, enticing countless Heaven Chosen to check it out for themselves. At first, Sushur was not interested since her primordial chaos art is an eternal supreme level scripture, but she also did not want someone from her world to get their hands on it. So, she went to check, but not long after the secret realm opened, a mysterious power teleported everyone here and asked them to kill people with a red mark above their heads. Sushur felt something was wrong. The entire secret realm situation felt rushed, making her suspicious. After scanning the area, she flew in the northwest direction. Sushur had somewhat of a vague map inside her mind that indicated the closest person with a red mark. A few seconds later, she saw the person. Huafeng Wang. Sushur, asked the ancient clan heir. Do you know what's going on? Wait, why don't you have a mark above your head? Sushur did not immediately answer, but she guessed something. You should be careful. After warning her former competitor, Su Shi flew to the nearest mark on her map. And as expected, it was someone from the Myriad Emperor world. Someone is definitely planning against them, thought Su Shi. She quickly analyzed the situation. The Emperor and Lightning Academy did not have anyone present on this continent, meaning they won't lose much in this chaotic situation. Simultaneously, she cannot hunt these people and make more enemies for the Academy. I could use this situation to my advantage if I act swiftly enough. She teleported to the distance without wasting time, heading to another territory. Wrath territory, Wang Wei, exclaimed Wrath as he looked at the handsome young man before him. She immediately held the Devil Retribution sword in her hand, prepared for battle. What did you get inside here? Whatever anomaly is happening to this continent disrupted the castle's formation. So, it was easy for me to enter undetected, he replied before smiling. Relax, I'm not here to harm you. Otherwise, I would have used a sneak attack. Wouldn't you be ashamed to use such a lowly tactic? No, I would not. I've always believed humans' capability for evil is higher than us, devils. True, to some degree. However, our capability for good and empathy is something you, devils, will never experience, replied Wang Wei. Let's not mention these things. I came here because your master told me to look out for you. So, could you tell me what you plan to do next? Do you think I would trust you because of a few words? Wang Wei sighed before looking at the sword in her hand. Interesting. I've used the same method once. He realized the sword was created using the same tactic he used in the Demon Supremacy world. It gathered all the negative emotions and karma of the devil race. After years of suffering at the hands of the Myriad Emperor world, the devil race has plenty of negative emotions. This sword has a lot of potentials, thought Wang Wei. Currently, this sword is limited to the 9 Devil God world. But one day, if Wrath can prove the Tao, she could gather power from all the suffering of all devils in the lower dimension, and maybe even the upper dimension. The potency of such a weapon, after being nourished by the power of the Grand Tao Source, is unfathomable. It's a shame I would not be able to use it. Only a devil could wield this weapon, and as a human, this sword would revolt against him even if he used absolute force to restrain it. He could imagine it even destroying itself to prevent being wielded by a human. You can use the sword like a pill and absorb some of its power. It should fix your broken 9-extremity foundation and grant you 2 root strength. Then, you can use the sword's power to confront 5 root, albeit for a short period. He then looked her in the eyes. I can see through your eyes that you have not abandoned the devil race, despite my actions. So, your best course of action would be temporarily abandoning the devil race and using your previous plan on yourself, becoming a citizen of the Myriad Emperor world. Then, you can prove the Tao to become an eternal before returning to deal with the seal and protect your race. Am I right? My master once said the most annoying thing he experienced in his life was dealing with you. Overlords, said Wrath with a mocking sneer. And he was right. Your arrogance and know-it-all attitude is disgusting. I would not have to use my arrogance and know-it-all attitude if you followed along and told me your plan. Instead, you chose to be stubborn, forcing me to use my intelligence to figure out your plans and granting me the initiative in the conversation. If you had properly assessed the situation and followed along, you would not have to suffer the unpleasantry of my arrogance and know-it-all attitude. After this short conversation, Wang Wei could analyze what kind of person Wrath was. Intelligent, talented, loyal, but very inexperienced or sheltered. He could calculate that her master pampered her too much, rendering her incapable of hiding her emotions and partaking in political or emotional manipulation. When facing people weaker than hers, she will be fine, but she will crumble under pressure when facing someone on par or even more powerful than her. Wrath took a deep breath to calm down. Now that you know, what are you going to do? First of all, you cannot become a citizen of the Myriad Emperor world, commented Wang Wei. I don't want our world to have any connection to the devil race, even if you will be considered human. Impossible. The Myriad Emperor world is the one who defeated us and has a strong karmic connection to our devil race. So, they're the only plane where this plan has a remote chance of succeeding. Wrath discussed this situation with her master, and they derived the same conclusion. This is why the formation of this continent will secretly swallow the blood of the fallen soldiers from the myriad Emperor world to help acquire their citizen status and human race status. There is another way to get your status, true heavenly Tao, and it is a more legit status than any plane's heavenly Tao, countered Wang Wei. How am I supposed to contact true heavenly Tao? Plus, it hates the devil race after what my master did. So, why would it help us? Please visit Panda N0VE1. It does not hate your race. It was disappointed by your action and thus decided to punish you. However, heavenly Tao is all about balance. So, as long as the light race exists, the devil race has a chance of resurgence. As for how to contact it, it's the same way you would contact any heavenly Tao. The only caveat is that it will only respond if it is a pertinent issue, which the revival of the devil race is. Wrath frowned as she pondered what he said. You may be correct, but true heavenly Tao won't just accept my proposition because I plead for it. True. What were you going to exchange for my heavenly Tao? Yours. Don't mind the small stuff. Wrath gave him an odd look before answering. I was going to exchange the body of one of the remaining devil gods. You can do that? Even with the destruction of this continent's heavenly Tao? Yes, since the array remains intact. Furthermore, the devil gods are willing to sacrifice themselves for the future of our race. A self-sacrificing devil? I've officially seen everything in my life. You people have villainized us throughout history. This is not as rare as you make it out to be, argued Wrath. Or the current misery forced your race to evolve beyond your innate racial limitations. I'm not here to argue with you. All right, back to the topic. True heavenly Tao probably won't accept your exchange. What you need is merit, and the highest kind of purple merit. Where am I going to get my hands on something like that? The devil race was not inventive or a race of high imagination. As such, it's not easy for them to acquire merit. Usually, they would conquer other races or worlds to get their hands on such resources. That's where I come in. I will exchange the merit for the devil god's body. Aren't I losing in such an exchange? Everything is about demand. In your current situation, I'm probably the only person with what you want and willing to trade with you. So, think of it that way. Shameless profiteer. Thank you for the compliment. Anyway, purple merit might be as rare of a resource as an emperor's body, so this exchange is not as one-sided as you make it to be. Calm down, Wrath. Breathe in and out. She wanted to attack him because of his shamelessness. Anything else? 2 things. After you acquire your status, please prove the Tao in another world community. Although I promise your master to look out for you, I don't want you to intervene in my affairs. Why are you treating us like a plague? That's because you are. In the future, I can help you, but only secretly. Wang Wei has no hatred or personal feelings toward the devil race. However, if he wants his era to have longevity, the myriad Emperor world cannot be directly connected to the devil race. Otherwise, people will use them to attack his new era after he leaves. What is the second thing? Wrath calmed down as she realized the importance of anyone willing to aid her, even if it was in the shadow. I just need some aura of the destroy heavenly Tao from you. Wrath frowned, but did not ask why he wanted it. She directly took a good portion from the talisman and gave it to him. It seems we have established some level of trust, he replied before taking out a purple orb and handing it to her. This is a small portion of our deal. Once you hand the body, it'll give you the rest. Wrath took the purple merit and said, Give me a while, and it'll fulfill my hands of the deal. I look forward to it. Wang Wei was delighted with this deal. With an alive and drastically weakened Great Emperor, the scientists will have a much higher chance of success in helping him reach 10 extremity. Pan, Dinzerovi, E1, C, M. As the final battle rapidly approaches, he feels even more pressure, which increases his desire for this project to succeed. It was nice working with you, he declared before walking out of the castle. He was about to figure out the changes to this continent when he suddenly sensed something. Someone is calling me. He disappeared in the distance. Clear mind. Wang Wei teleported to a mountain, where he saw someone waiting for him, and the moment he laid eyes on her, the world seemed to brighten as if her very presence embellished the surroundings. Miss Su Shi, I see you're beautiful as ever. Thank you, but are you saying that because you mean it or simply for pleasantry? Of course I mean it. I found it hard to believe you. Wang Wei smiled before inviting her to sit as he manifested a table and served tea. I was surprised when I did not see you during the cleanup. Now I understand why. Wang Wei was surprised after seeing her for 2 reasons. 1. She was an ultimate king by the standard of the previous game, with the strength of 5 leaf, on par with Ian General, and given she was still in the Supreme Realm, she had some room for growth. The second reason is that her aura was foreign to the myriad Emperor world, meaning she was no longer a citizen. A lot of things change, responded Su Shi. I can see that. You seem more confident, relaxed, and even free, stated Wang Wei as he took a sip of his tea. Can you tell me what happened? If you don't mind. I don't. A few thousand years ago, after the deception trial, Su Shi was in a deep slumber, experiencing her life over and over, analyzing it from a third point of view. After watching her life more than 100 times, she recognized 3 defining moments or periods. The first was her childhood. Su Shi reviewed her childhood, experiencing this time of innocence and carefree one more time. Then, she focused on a core memory. Su Guan and his wife were teaching a kid Su Shi. Listen up, Shire, said the fat man, who seemed eternally in that shape. Your beauty is unparalleled, so one day you will marry a man of unmatched talent, a future great emperor. This way, you can bring prosperity to the family and live a happy life. His wife nodded with him before teaching her how to be a proper lady and wife. She even taught her tricks to deal with a harem. At first, Su Shi did not find anything wrong with this message. However, after seeing it a few hundred times and taking a moment to analyze the situation, she realized this core memory's detriment in her life. Why did my father always believe me to one day be a wife? Why never treat me as a prospect heaven chosen? She frowned as she contemplated. Even if I did not have the talent, he could have taught me to use my beauty to take other people's talent. Why did he have to instill in me the idea that my value was based on marrying a talented heaven chosen? Su Shi continued watching her life, and the same idea was deeply ingrained in her mind by the other people she encountered. They lusted after her beauty, and all believed she would be the wife of a future emperor. Soon, she saw the second memory of her life, the conference before the heaven-chosen selection trial. She floated above the room, looking at her younger self and Wang Wei's words. She is nothing but a vase. Vase? A woman like her would offer nothing to a partnership. She is nothing but a beautiful decoration that added embellishment to me, but nothing of real substance. Let me ask you, what did you feel when you heard her playing the zither? Su Shi reviewed the memories when Wang Wei figured out her personality after listening to her zither. And, for a review, reread Chapter 201 Companion. He was completely wrong about me having been conditioned to only rely on men, thought Su Shi as he reviewed this memory. When he called me a vase, anger and resentment awakened deep in me. Why was that? Her life flashed in my mind as she pondered deeper. I wanted to prove him wrong. No, I wanted to prove to myself I was not simply a beautiful face. Maybe, deep down, I also resent my father, family, and friends for viewing me as nothing but a beautiful accessory for someone else. Soon after that event, her father accepted marriage to her husband, Lin Fan. Su Shi worked hard to be a supportive wife and redirected her resentment toward Wang Wei. She wanted to help her husband destroy him and show him who the vase was. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Co. Impian din 0v1. C. Am all this because I did not want to confront myself and look inward. Su Shi shook her head before continuing to experience her life, focusing on her relationship with her husband. I did love him. Although it was a political marriage, I grew fond of him because of how much he adored and pampered me. However, Su Shi watched the last defining point of her life, Lin Fan's death. She watched how he gave her the Dao-level inheritance seed, his parting words about their future, imagining their possible children, and his regret of not being able to experience it. Did he love me? Maybe. But did he love me as much as I did him? Did he give me the seed out of pure love? Countless thoughts and ideas appeared in her mind. After the slaughter trial, he was a different person than the one I married. He was more cunning, ruthless, and scheming. His last actions were not simply out of love. No, it was a desperate act to ensure his survival, to ensure he would be one day revived. Su Shi felt something break from her mind as she broke some mental shackle. She finally understood her obsession to revive him and its roots. It was a calculated move on his part. You could have asked me directly instead of being so manipulative, muttered Su Shi with a disappointed sigh. Then, the memory world crumbled as she woke up from the formation. Daughter, how are you feeling? Groggy, responded Su Shi, who felt slightly disoriented. But I have some issues with you that I need to discuss. Gu Xian could only smile wryly. Present day. So, that's what happened, muttered Wang Wei, who was secretly embarrassed. He never cared about Su Shi's existence, despite his words having so much effect on her. Although these words he said back at the academy were his true thought, he only did this to impress Wu Hong. And now, after reviewing his actions, he realized how hypocritical he was, given how he sneered at the Heaven Chosens for acting like a peacock, trying to court the opposite sex, Su Shi, when he was doing the same for Wu Hong. So, what will you do now about Lin Fan? I'm still going to revive him, but only to repay my karma. As for our marriage, I have not decided yet. I wish you peace in whatever choice you make. But you have not explained why you were not at the cleanup. After my enlightenment, the Academy decided to send me to another heaven-will world to prove the Tao. Oh, where did you go? The martial hegemony world, replied Su Shi, not hiding it. The Academy helped find a struggling emperor lineage and paid them to acquire an identity token. That's a smart move, added Wang Wei as he took a sip of his drink. So, why are you willing to reveal all this information to me? To make friends, replied Su Shi. I know the conflict between the Academy and the Tao opening sect. I thought it would be best to ally with each other instead of fighting. Something tells me it's not your main objective. It is. Although another one would also be, I hope you allow me to acquire Lin Fan's imprints. Su Shi knew emperors did not like others to intervene in their plane. So, although she is from the myriad emperor world, she is also a foreigner. An alliance, huh? Thought Wang Wei. He did not mind her taking Lin Fan's imprints under his supervision. After all, if his existence were not affected, the Academy would have already acquired his imprints, just like he did for Ancestor Wuqing. As for an alliance with her, he did not care for her status as the Academy headmaster. He never planned to eradicate the Academy because of Emperor Kong, since he needed all the allies he could get to deal with the 7 parasites. However, he cared about where she planned to prove the Tao, the martial hegemony world. As the world community closest to the myriad emperor world, it was a strategic place for any attacks. As such, he predicted the parasites would send countless spies from the upper dimension to prove the Tao there and prepare to deal with him. If Su Shi could be the winner and even help me establish some foundation in that place, it would be to my advantage. I would love an alliance between us, said Wang Wei before the two discussed things and signed a binding contract. Of course, Su Shi did not only want to revive her husband and placed her own requirements. Luckily, the two came to a reasonable argument. You need to be careful, warned Su Shi. Someone seemed to be targeting the myriad emperor world. She told him about the sudden appearance of the secret realm and how it teleported her here. Chapter 685, published at 21st of January, 2023, 5:18 and 17 seconds, M. Chapter 685. 685. Did the people responsible for the Heaven Devour Emperor's doing become active? Or is it some tactic from the upper dimension? These were the two scenarios Wang Wei could come up with to explain the current situation, as only these two people would want to intervene in the myriad emperor world's rise. By using Heaven Chosens from other factions, it's no longer a matter of interference, but a competition of the younger generation. I guess this is one of the loopholes to Heavenly Tao's rule of interference. Do you know more information? Unfortunately, no, replied Su Shi. My foundation is pretty shallow in the martial hegemony world. So, I did not hear any more news from the Endless Void. I see. Well, thank you for the information, stated Wang Wei as he stood up. He then cupped his hand and saluted her. It's a pleasure working with you. Hope we can have a lasting friendship. The same, replied Su Shi as she saluted back. Good luck in your battle. Pa, indeed. A novi one. I think you're going to need it more than me, she replied with an angelic smile before disappearing into the horizon. I hope this girl finds her happiness, muttered Wang Wei with a smile. Now, what should I do? Regarding the current situation, he could guess that the martial hegemony world was not the only place tricked into teleporting to this place. The secret mastermind probably used this tactic to hide their track. Of all the world communities coming here, any one of them could be the mastermind. The more pressing matter is that mysterious power capable of annihilating a heavenly Tao on par with an eternal emperor. Wang Wei took out the heavenly Tao aura and observed it. Let's get some benefit first. He contacted Li Jun and Yin Liling, tasking them to search for the truth. Meanwhile, he prepared to use this aura to gain some understanding into the working of heavenly Tao and see if he could use this opportunity to become enlightened and create his heavenly Tao control level of his force control skill, or at the very least, gets a peep into that level. Wang Wei waved his hand to set up many powerful formations around the mountain. He did not want these foreign pests to bother him. So, if they could not even deal with his formations, they were not with him dealing with them. Regrettably, before he could enter his seclusion, he received an emergency call from Heavenly Tao. What is it this time? He closed his eyes and contacted it for a second time. I need your help. What is it this time? I'm aware of the current situation of the cleanup, and I want you to help the Heaven Chosens. You want me to protect my competitors? The people who will do anything to kill me during the final battle? Wang Wei was genuinely speechless. If not for you, I would have long killed them. Why would I help them? I know what I'm asking is much, but it is the best action for the word. Many of these geniuses are potential eternal emperors. As long as they survive the final battle and wash their karma through sealing, they can prove the Tao. Wait, you want me to save them now, but have no problem with me killing them during the Heavenly battle? Every time he spoke to Heavenly Tao, Wang Wei was baffled by its mode of thinking. The Heavenly battle exists to choose the very best of a generation, so death is inevitable. However, I aim to ensure they grow to their full potential. I guess that makes sense, but I still don't want to do it. You have grand plans for the world, and these people can be of great help to you. That's true. Wang Wei always felt it was an excellent opportunity to be born in such a brilliant generation with so many talented. Regarding his plan, many of these people can be great allies, and some will be annoying pests. Furthermore, he recently felt that he needed to make as many allies as possible, as it would be crucial for him in the distant future. I still don't want to help them. If they die here, it can only be said it was their fate. If you really want to help them, go ask Tion. Maybe he's willing to help you. I did, and he refused. Is that so? Replied Wang Wei with squinted eyes. He could guess Heavenly Tao did not want to rely on him entirely, and even wanted some form of balance. And Tion was the perfect person to do so. Please visit Panda N0V1. Didn't you trade with him? Make a deal of some kind? Yes, but he still refused. Why don't you try to use his wife's imprints as an exchange? Wang Wei theorized that Xiao Ning's existence was affected during her death, just like Lin Fan. Adding that it's been such a long time since her death, Tion did not have much time to revive her. Wang Wei frowned before smiling. You want to use his wife's imprint for a better deal? Maybe, when he proves the Tao. I guess these Heaven Chosen's life is not as important as you say. Now that I think about it, Xiao Ning died near the end of the Emperor Beginning era. Even if she used her willpower and obsession to become a spirit, defy death, and live to this present, her imprint should not have lasted so long. Wang Wei always believed Xiao Ning was a miracle that should not have existed in the world, and Wu Hong agreed with him. Nevertheless, she could not prevent her imprints from deteriorating, unless Heavenly Tao has kept it intact in case it needed it for the future. This thing is more sly than I sometimes give it credit. Of course, there is the possibility this was true Heavenly Tao's method of both punishing Tion and preparing to deal with him in the future. I'll be direct. If you save these Heaven Chosens, I will reward you handsomely. Now, we are talking, not a Wong Wei. What is your offer? A secret reel that was a battle from the Null era containing countless broken chaos treasures that you can use to refine your proving Tao artifact. Furthermore, there is the blood of numerous innate and primordial gods. Now I know how my fortunate encounter will come, thought Wong Wei before ruminating about this deal. Fine, I agree. Although he could take this position to demand some outlandish things as conditions, he did not want to completely ruin his relationship with Heavenly Tao. But I have a condition. I won't save all of them. Why? Some are too weak and only serve as cannon fodder for others in the final battle. If I let them die now, I can increase my chance of winning. His worry has always been the mass group tactic that forced him to use his stamina, which in turn made it so that he was not in the best shape in the battle against Tion. Moreover, he also has to guard against the upper dimensions tactics. He did not think they would give up so easily, especially knowing his strength. One of the best methods for the weak to defeat the strong is to distract them with a bunch of ants before giving them a decisive blow. On top of everything, there is the wild variable that is the heaven-devouring emperor. Wong Wei would never underestimate the capabilities of a cunning and cruel eternal emperor. I accept your terms, but I have some requirements for the people you can leave to die. Heavenly Tao then gave him detailed criteria on the strength, talent, Tao heart, and uniqueness of the Heaven Chosens that can be saved. Anyone who falls below that level can be left to their fate. Wong Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. He saw a token floating before him, and he knew it was the secret realm. He placed it away while muttering, "My Sun era luck is on the uptake. I should be careful of the downward spiral." Suddenly, he sensed something and looked in the distance. He spread his divine sense to a specific place for over half an hour. Ha! Things are truly getting interesting. A bright smile appeared on his face. Let's still be weary. He looked at the sky before pointing with his fingers. He established an enormous invisible array that covered the entire continent to save the people who needed it. Then, he waved his hand to create a river of karma and bound it to the array. "I will save you, but you will also owe a great karma," said Wong Wei. Although he cannot use this karma for the final battle, since Heavenly Tao would not allow it, he can still use it for the people who survive. With such a tactic, many of his plans might become easier after proving the Tao. After doing all this, Wong Wei closed his eyes to enter his seclusion. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 686. Published at 21st of January, 2023, 5:18 and 15 seconds a.m. Chapter 686. 686 Tion stood near his camp, waiting for something. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked at the sky. He was probably the only individual on this continent who could see the invisible array and the river of karma. Wong Wei's doing? He thought with a sneer. He could already guess Heavenly Tao when to ask its favorite son for help, and the latter agreed. Although he once worked with that vile thing, Tion would not associate with it any more than he has to after everything it made him go through, especially for a few broken chaos treasures. The only thing that would move him is his wife's imprint, but the latter refused to hand it over. "It does not matter. I will take it myself." Tion no longer looked at the formation. He would not purposely interfere in matters regarding Heavenly Tao to not gather any unnecessary complications. After waiting for a while, a figure with a hood appeared behind him. "How is it? I have investigated everything. The result: I have found a few candidates, but you must test their strength yourself." "Very well. Lead the way, ordered Dition, who felt the current situation was advantageous since he could move as he pleased. His shadow bowed before teleporting to another territory, and Dition followed. The two appeared before a group of young people passionately discussing something. However, the bright mark above Dition and his shadow's head immediately alerted everyone present, forcing them to become on guard. "Who is it?" asked Dition. His voice was calm, and he showed no aura or pressure. However, some keen people's hearts suddenly skipped a beat. The shadow pointed at a young man with green hair standing before the group. Judging by his position, he was someone of status among these groups, or, at the very least, they respected him deeply to listen to him talking. "That's Lu Zongying from the Mortal Heart World," explained the shadow. "A power system focusing on Dao heart tempering," commented Dition. "He's weak, but let's see his potential." He clenched his fist and punched forward frowny face last breath. Without hesitation, he used the first fist of his 9 Samsara fist scripture, not wasting his time. His attack brought all matters to their last breath, even utilizing some power of destruction. These Heaven Chosens reacted quickly, using all types of means to save their lives. When Dition raised his fist, the alarming bells of death rang in their mind, almost paralyzing many of them. Luckily, their world's cultivation system is about forging a supreme Tao heart, so they all have an excellent state of mind. Numerous people used secret techniques with great prices to increase their strength. Some used arrays, extraordinary magical artifacts, and life-saving talismans. In less than a second, the group meeting turned into a light show with all these technique displays. Unfortunately, it was useless. The devastating power of that punch killed the majority of these people. Following this, the power of death and destruction finished the job. As for the aftermath, almost everybody died. Dition calmly watched as some people's soul was salvaged by some immortal tier's strength and did chase after these people. This Lu Zongying is too weak. His attack only closed to Immortal Venerable One Leaf, but did not reach it. Such strength can be achieved by some Heaven Chosens with potential. The shadow nodded before showing to another group. Although he felt this person had great potential with a top-notch Tao heart and could be adequately cultivated, it was not his decision to make. The next chosen group was of 5 individuals, 2 of whom the shadow felt were of great potential. Dition looked at these 5 people, waiting for his shadow to explain. The 2 in the middle are a rare twin spirit race born from a rock, great talent and body refining. Are they from the Central Spirit World? Yes. Dition guessed only a world dominated by the spirit race would give birth to such a rare anomaly as a twin spirit. "Get in formation," said Yenshur, one of the 2 brothers. Immediately, the other 3 surrounded him and his brother. The 2 brothers turned into a giant rock monster of 10 meters with 2 heads, while the others transformed into motes of light that fuse into them. "Are you from the Myriad Emperor world?" "Yes, and my last 2 preys ran away from me. However, I won't make the same mistake again. Please visit Panda in 0v1. "Co-M, is that so?" commented Dition before using the same punch. Boom! Before the rock monster could comprehend what had occurred, more than half of his body collapsed under the attack. So, they lay on the floor with horror in their eyes. "He's better than the previous one," commented Dition. "He's only tier 9, and once he reaches the quasi-emperor realm, there's a chance of breaking the mortal-immortal barrier. However, he seems stupid and has no sense of danger." He shook his head before motioning for the shadow to show him to his next destination. As he walked past these spirit races, death enveloped them, sending them into samsara. The shadow teleported them to a mountain range. However, as soon as they arrived, a formation activated above them, trapping them. Dition calmly looked above his head, seeing numerous weapons with quite a powerful aura. Then, he looked at the thousands of people who surrounded him, focusing on a particular young man on the back with a red robe. "Is this your doing?" The person did not answer, but Dition could feel the connection of this array to this person. "Someone from the Myriad Armament world?" He could feel this person was a weapon refiner who cultivated armament Tao. And since the myriad armament world is similar to the myriad pill world with countless talented weapon refiners, he guessed the person's origin. According to the information I gathered, he's from the battle spirit world. Is that so? Galbuchin, the red robe youth, motioned for everybody to attack before controlling the array above to attack. Tion calmly raised his hand to generate a force field that easily blocked these thousands of magical artifacts. He set up the array and combined it with his magical artifact to reach an attack level of 2 leaf. His eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Galbokin's face changed. He refined a treasure that would predict danger, and not long after coming to this place, the supposed trial of an eternal supreme inheritance, the thing activated, warning of unimaginable danger. So he acted swiftly to gather other people with the promise of resources and compromise before setting this array. However, he did not expect the situation to be this terrible. He now realized, because of the overwhelming strength of the enemy, his treasure could not even correctly dictate the level of danger he would face. Tion calmly looked at this group of people and used his divine sense to check on each of them. Although the shadow came here for the red robe youth, he wanted to ensure there was not a hidden genius amongst this group. Regrettably, he did not find anything. He raised his hand and made a squeezing motion. Bang! Blood splatters all over the earth and the sky, leaving shattered bodies, broken bones, and mush viscera. With that single motion, Tion used his pure physical strength to grab the fabric of space and use it to squeeze these people to death. Then, a slight smile crept on his face as he saw the red robe youth with a pale complexion surrounded by a bunch of magical defensive artifacts. "It's you," he declared before instantly appearing in front of the youth. Under his momentum, the artifacts cracked before becoming useless. He then placed his hand on the forehead of Galbuchin, while the latter was incapable of even moving a muscle. Tion searched his soul to gather basic knowledge of the youth, ensuring he did not touch the Emperor's seals from his faction. Extraordinary talent for weapon refining, he thought. Also a master in arrays. He knew he had found an excellent choice for a general. As for the suspicious movements he detected from some forces in the battle spirit world, he could not care less. He placed their actions on the back of his mind, and only to prepare in case they became an obstacle to him proving the Tao and reviving his wife. Subsequently, he proceeded to enslave the latter by controlling Galbokin's soul. As a person who understood Samsara Tao to the pinnacle of what a mortal is capable of, what Tion's was unparalleled. Only a person with the same strength as him and cultivated soul, Tao, could surpass him. The only exception might be that guy with the weird soul. Galbuchin tried to resist, but it was pointless. After a few minutes, Tion finished the preliminary enslavement, forcing him to pass out. Heaven chosens from emperor lineages will have restrictions on their souls to prevent enslavement and mind control. With his method, he bypassed these measures, but it was only temporary. He needed to return home and use the D-Clan's power to remove these restrictions. "Who's next?" he asked. "This was the last one I could investigate in such a short time," replied the shadow. "However, I have some news about the Devil Ultimate Kings. We can try them." "That's a good idea. Let's go." In the distance, a figure watched Tion's departure with a deep frown on their faces. Despite only being a few dozen meters, they were not detected. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 687, published at 21st of January, 2023, 5:18 and 14 seconds AM, Chapter 687. 687. The sect was wrong, thought she, the young master of the Spirit Genesis sect. Under his invisible veil, he calmly watched Tion leave with a deep frown. The plan was fundamentally flawed since the myriad Emperor world contained such a monster. He shook his head with a wry smile. Even with his peak immortal venerable 6-leaf strength, he knew he was nothing before that man. And even after he takes the next step in his cultivation, he will only reach the limit of 7-leaf. The sect sent him here to finish the geniuses of the myriad emperor world, but they were also worried about his safety, thus granting him some powerful hiding method. All this work for nothing, complained Ishii. The sect mobilized its secret power to lure countless geniuses from other world communities and teleported them to this continent. Then, they used the broken Empyrean artifact to bypass Empress Wu's sealing and destroying the heavenly Tao of this continent. After all these efforts and using innumerable resources, the result was pointless. Ishii raised his head to look at the invisible formation and Karma River floating above the continent. There is also another monster. The situation genuinely hit his pride after seeing how powerful these two were. So, after smiling wryly, he focused on the task at hand. Luckily, this monster is not from the Tao opening sect. But if the other is, the situation will become more complicated. He pondered for a moment for his next step. He needed to confirm the identity of the person who set up the array. And if it is the Wong Wei they learned about from the deception trial, he needs to think about how to respond. If it is him, I need to contact the other and see if we can become allies. The myriad emperor world can have a resurgence, but the Tao opening sect cannot lead it. Ishii breathed deeply. He wished the sect had more information and influence in the myriad emperor world. However, after the situation with the heaven-devouring emperor, the sect had to become low-key not to be discovered. Of course, the main reason for this retreat was fear of the upper dimension. Ishii disappeared as he decided to observe more before making a decision. Tian teleported to a mountain range with the shadow. He could see quite a potent formation deep underneath one of the tallest mountains. However, it seems to be malfunctioning. So, he waved his hand to manifest a giant palm that eradicated the formation. Soon afterward, a young man with red eyes flew out with a somber look as he gazed at Tian. A 2-heart devil. His eyes lit up. This was a species with naturally 2 extra lives. Once they die, they lose one of their hearts, meaning you have to kill them 3 times before killing them. However, as long as they survive, they can condense the 2 hearts again with enough resources. Who are you? Gluttony. Are you interested in following me? And be the slave of a human? I'd rather die. That's a shame, replied Tian. Anyway, let's test your capabilities. Tian flicked his finger, generating enough force to destroy countless middle 1,000 worlds. Gluttony acted swiftly by opening his mouth and swallowing the force. Then, his aura suddenly increased. Swallowing Tao? Not. It seems different. Despite easily overcoming this attack, Gluttony was not happy. Everything was proceeding relatively smoothly when a sudden change occurred between heaven and earth. Wrath sent a quick message for everybody to hide since their castle or home base was no longer safe. PA. Indy NOV. 1 However, Gluttony discovered that even the secret hideouts were unsafe since the hiding formations malfunctioned. Now, it seems he was unlucky, and someone detected him. Bam, bam, bam. Tian punched continuously, increasing the force used each time in his attacks. However, Gluttony swallowed these attacks without problem. His expression, aura, or law fluctuation did not change. First fist, last breath, the power of death and destruction enveloped Gluttony, who only did one motion, opening his mouth. You can swallow, know, eat force, energy, and even concepts, commented Tian with a plain face. He already determined this devil practiced a unique eating Tao that involved devouring Tao and many others. Furthermore, after his bombardments, the latter's straight rose from 2-leaf to 5-leaf, albeit it seems to be temporary. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Do you have a limit? Let's see, said Tian before attacking again. Meanwhile, Gluttony was frustrated and angered. He knew his increase in strength was pointless. The opponent actively allowed him to eat to increase his strength, which shows how much he looked down on his abilities. Unfortunately, he could not do much. Your power limit is 7 leaf, even if the strength is not permanent. However, you have no limit on the things you can devour. As long as you continue to eat, you can convert your food into stored energy, which grants you infinite stamina. Tion nodded in satisfaction. Although gluttony had a strength limit, his infinite stamina could be used in a battle to outlast an opponent that was closed in strength. However, he still needs to eat enough to reach a certain strength level, since his opponent will not allow him to swallow their attacks. Tion calmly raised his hand as a black and white sphere appeared in his palm. Death to eating. Gluttony's face changed as he saw the sphere flying toward him. His instinct told him never to swallow that thing. Unfortunately, he was too slow to react or evade. Second, stomach. A mouth phantom appeared before him and swallowed the attack. However, the power was not directed to his main stomach, where he could swallow and eat everything. No, he created a second dimension or small world to process this attack. And as expected, the small world was instantly annihilated by the black sphere. Great intuition and battle experience, commented Tion, adding a unique Tao. You're the second one. As soon as Gluttony heard these words, he went on the offensive. He opened his mouth and made a chewing motion. Crunch! A dozen of the mountains behind Tion disappeared, while a few looked like someone had taken a bite out of them. Meanwhile, Tion, who was intact with not even a scratch on his clothes, did not care for his prey's pointless struggle. Before Gluttony could move or even process the situation, Tion was oddly standing in front of him. He raised his hand to hold the devil by the throat, rendering him completely useless. A black and white character appeared on Gluttony's forehead, sealing all his strength and powers. Swish! A brilliant sword slash arrived from the distance. It contained the intent to eradicate heaven. The sword gave the vibe as if it had an eternal grudge against heaven and earth. Sadly, it faded into non-existence before it could even touch Tion. He looked in the direction of the attack and saw a young woman with pink hair holding her sword. Accompanying her were 2 other devils. Wrath, Pride, Greed, save me. Tion calmly placed Gluttony into his space ring. More talents, he commented, focusing on Wrath. You'll be an even better general. He did not gather these generals only to face Wang Wei, even though it started this way. Since his imprisonment, he has been thinking about his future, about what to do after reviving Qiao Ning. For most of his life, he never bothered to think beyond the revival of Ninger due to one of his deepest fears. So, he forced himself to only worry about the present, focusing on the task at hand. However, his encounter with Nine Pillar made him see the hope of reviving his Ninger, the one he knew and loved. So, now, he wanted a plan for the future. Although there was a low probability of finding the limit breaker, there were other methods he could use to increase his chance. After reaching higher realms of cultivation, for example, the realm of his sons, he has a higher chance of finding it. Another method is to have a powerful faction to help him search. After making these plans, he realized how terrible the loss of the sleepers was. He could spread them to the lower dimension to search for the limit breaker if they were as powerful. Tion knew he would not find it there, but it was worth trying, no matter how small the odds. Furthermore, once they reached such a scale, he would have a foundation to set up a faction in the upper dimension after proving the Tao. After coming to this realization, his hatred for Wang Wei increased significantly. Return, Gluttony, said Wrath with a very calm tone and demeanor despite the current situation. Come get him, replied Tion, thinking having these devil talents under his control would greatly benefit his plan. Wrath gave the other 3 a look before they entered the battle mode. Their loyalty to their comrade will make them great underlings, thought Tion, who admired these people's willingness to sacrifice themselves. Nevertheless, he would not show any mercy. He would crush their spirit to make it easier to subdue. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 688. Published at 21st of January, 2023, 5:18 and 12 seconds a.m. Chapter 688. 688A. Three-Eyed Devil. Thought Tion as he analyzed Wrath. He once was a three-eyed devil, so he knew the species quite well. They were once one of the most powerful subspecies of the nine devil god world, known for their soul and comprehension talents and the unique ability of their third eyes. However, he could also tell she was primarily human. Tion analyzed the other two. Greed was a tin man with heavy bags under his eyes. He looked ordinary, like the kind of person that is not easily noticeable in a large crowd. Upon closer look at him, his face seemed harder to recognize or remember. It was like he was naturally camouflaged in the surrounding. A cloaking devil, thought Tion with a slight surprise. Cloaking devils were one of the weakest species of the devil race. However, they were excellent at camouflaging and blending in. As such, the devil race would send them into other world communities to gather information and prepare for invasion. Pride was an ordinary young man with short hair dressed in all black. Tion could tell from his bloodline he was a misery devil, a subspecies that enjoyed corrupting souls. They would use pain and misery to force other races to become mad and commit atrocities. In any world, if there's a sudden increase in women killing their children, fathers assaulting their daughters, sons selling their mothers, and other cruel things, it's most likely the world of a misery devil. While Tion was calmly assessing these people, Wrath had prepared for this battle. Oddly, though, she did not use the devil retribution sword. Heaven-hating stab. A black light flew toward Tion, containing an unparalleled amount of hatred that would destroy the mind of any lesser man. However, he was not a lesser man. My hatred for heavens is beyond what your pitiful attack could fathom. The attack disappeared before him, and Wrath spewed a mouthful of blood. She received a backlash because Tion's hatred was beyond her bearing. "Wrath!" yelled Pride. "I'm fine." He waved his hand to manifest a white light that instantly healed her injuries. While he healed her, Greed tried to buy them time. Even though his opponent had the demeanor, he did not care. Tyrant's suppressing fist, his thin body displayed an ungodly amount of power with this one punch. Tion calmly raised his hand to block the manifestation of the punch. Then, another power followed. An intense pressure waited on him. A pressure that would make the gravity of a supermassive black hole look like child's play. Huh. His Tao reminds me of Wang Chang's Overlord Tao. His sleeper gathered information about the previous generation and learned much about Wang Wei's family when he researched the latter. His strength is as weak as him too. He could tell Pride was a top powerhouse in the quasi-emperor realm, but he did not come close to one leaf strength. Tion's attention suddenly diverted to Pride. The latter waved his hand to manifest two small swords that entered Greed and Wrath's body. Heaven eradicating slash. This attack was not a simple slash, but a tornado of sword energy with the power to eradicate everything in its path. Tyrant's kingdom, a world suddenly appeared above Greed's head. The world was beautiful, with golden architecture to suggest its wealth and prosperity. There were billions of people in the kingdom, with healthy visages and wearing luxurious clothes. However, none of these individuals looked happy. Fear was deeply ingrained in their eyes, showing it was not a pleasant thing to be the citizen of a tyrant. Tion generated a force field from his body that easily blocked these two attacks. However, the field shook slightly after the sword tornado. One root and peak one leaf strength. He analyzed before looking at Pride. Support Tao? How is a person supposedly the embodiment of pride lowering itself to become a support? I understand. A pride Tao that reverts yin and yang. You're more valuable than I thought. Let's see how much you can do. He looked at Greed and uttered, "Suppress." Bang! Greed knelt on the ground as an unknown force suppressed him to the ground, rendering him incapable of moving an inch. and with each passing second, the pressure increased, crushing his bones and organs. "Pride!" yelled Wrath, and the latter acted with the utmost haste. Stamina boost. Regenerating boost. Potential boost. Greed's power rose to the peak of 3-leaf. Meanwhile, Wrath reached the early stage of 2-root. Eradicating Soul of Heaven. Her sword attack was not a physical one, but directly attacked the mind and the soul. Its purpose was to forcefully erase the memories, spirit, and intelligence of her opponent, rendering a blank state. Usually, this attack is to either make the opponent lose their battle experience or even make them unable to use their powers due to the lack of memory. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Co. And another use of this attack is to turn enemies into friends. A person with no memories also has no personality or understanding of the world. They're a blank slate that can be molded into anything, even a friend. "It's pointless to confront me through the soul," commented DT. He is a master of the soul, and with his new Emperor soul, few people could affect his mind and soul. He was right. Wrath felt her attack was similar to throwing a stone in the ocean. No, it was worse since she did not even make any waves. Is the disparity so large? She thought, a little frustrated. Meanwhile, DT was in a good mood. Pride is excellent for any army or faction. His Tao would excel in any large war. The only place he is lacking is his strength. The latter's power was similar to Greed. Greed's Tyrant Tao is perfect to lead a majestic and unmatched legion. I have some of the inheritance of the great Qin dynasty. As long as he learns from it, he will truly be an unrivaled general. The Qin legions were one of the best, if not the best, of history. They were a nightmare for the demon race during the ancient emperor era. Finally, there is Wrath. Her strength more than met my expectations. With her talent, she will shine even more after going through my training. His eyes shone. Maybe I can wash karma for her so she could prove the Tao. After such an emperor under my command would make searching for the limit breaker easier. The only issue he had to worry about was whether there would be some complications with enslaving a great emperor. When they undergo a baptism of the great Tao source and forge their emperor's soul and body, any restrictions on them might disappear. Should I slowly forge a relationship with her? No, I cannot trust her. The best course is to control the other devils. Since she cares about them so much, I can control her through them. Wrath's body trembled as she felt a terrible future awaited her. Panda N0V1. "Come, do it now," she ordered. 3 metal objects floated from the bodies of these 3. A chaos treasure? It seems to be a unique, interconnected one. The 3 Choa's treasures fused to form a triangle floating above Wrath's head. Then, something came from Greed and Pride's body and entered her body. As they fell to the ground, completely drained and tired, the emotion known as hope flashed in their eyes. Wrath's aura climbed to a realm beyond her limit. For Root, it's not enough. She gritted her teeth before swinging her sword. And this time, DT did not directly block the attack. Instead, he easily evaded. Her Tao now has a more overbearing and domineering aura, analyzed DT as he casually evaded. Then, he clenched his fist and punched. Decay of death. Wrath's body flew hundreds of meters before crashing into the group. Besides her head, her lower body had decayed and died. However, this was not the end for her. A whistle light manifested from her head before her body instantly regrew. So, she now has both their Taos. No, maybe the original 7 Sins Tao belongs to someone else who divided it into different parts, thought DT. Try to remember if he knew any devils who used such a Tao. He could have killed me with that attack if he wanted. She realized the overwhelming difference between each route. Even with her tactic, her strength was not enough. But she did not give up. I've tested your abilities, and you met my qualifications. So enough playing around. A black and white wheel appeared to belong his feet before descending on Wrath. Immediately, she knew she could not escape this technique. Nevertheless, her eyes remained firm and defiant. Bang! A hand appeared and gently waved, destroying the wheel. "Wong Wei," said DT with a frown. I can't let you have her or the other devil. Since when were you such a busybody? Busybody. Do I need a reason to prevent my competitor from becoming more of a nuisance? It does not take much brain to see you have some relationship with this devil. Based on Wrath's reaction after he appeared, Tion could analyze so much. I resent these accusations. I'm simply here to prevent you from getting a powerful general. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Conversation. The two looked at each other from a distance, which was insignificant given their strength. The tension created by their indirect confrontation could suffocate an immortal venerable with weak willpower. "Help me save Gluttony," said Wrath, breaking the atmosphere. Wang Wei looked at her and calmly said, "No." "But you said—" "I said no." "I thought you didn't know her," added Tion. "Don't listen to her. Your attack affected her mind, so she's not feeling well. Plus, you can't trust the word of a devil," replied Wang Wei, without any changes in his attitude. "What a cheeky brat. Your previous witty charm might be acceptable when you were young, but shouldn't you have grown up and mature by now?" Wang Wei frowned as he realized something. Tion was different. He had changed. If the previous him was someone stuck in a box with a fixed mentality and pattern, the current him had opened that box and seen what was beyond it. What made him change? Is it because he found a way beyond nine extremity? Wait, I never figured out he succeeded in the first place. He added this mental note in his mind, labeling Tion as more unpredictable than he previously classified him. "And be like you?" he replied with a sneer. "Let time wash away my personality? Mold me into a cruel and sinister person with a face that everybody owes him money? In that case, he'll stay immature." Wang Wei always believed time was one of the worst enemies of cultivators, especially the high realms ones. Yes, they have escaped their shackles, but their immortality can slowly corrode their mind and dilute their personalities and emotions. So, he promised himself he would never change no matter how many Yuan epochs he lived. "Has time changed me?" thought Tion, and the answer was positive. He was once a spirited young man with the ambition to end the innate acquire war and establish peace and stability for the human race. Unfortunately, his dreams led him to a dark and perilous journey. "Are you really not going to help me?" asked Wrath, but Wang Wei ignored her. He was not in the state to fight Tion for many reasons. The first one was his strength was technically still for root. As his main body reaches higher cultivation realms, his overall strength only increases slightly. And that's because he has not experienced the final fate baptism from his fate palace. However, he has a way around this method to acquire 5 root power. He uses his time Tao in combination with his future Buddhist self to borrow the power of his future self after the baptism. This method is quite an ingenious way to bypass the current issue. However, it has a fatal flaw. It was still a shortcut or technique. If he fought Tion, with the latter's understanding of time Tao through samsara law, he could cancel his technique and reduce his strength back to the original level. The second reason is that the stubborn Wrath might be caught in the battle and die. He wanted to keep his promise, but there was no way he could fight Tion and simultaneously protect her. Truthfully, in this short interaction, he calculated the possibility of using Pride's Tao to kill Tion here. However, after his calculations, he realized it was impossible, and the latter had a high chance of running away or, as he feared, canceling his technique and killing him here instead. Finally, and the most important reason, was information. In their first battle, the reason he lost so miserably, besides the fact Tion's strength compared to him was similar to Mike Tyson beating a toddler, was the advantage of information or intelligence. Tion knew his trump cards and ways to survive dangerous situations. He prepared countermeasures, rendering him helpless and useless. But now, he was the one with this advantage because of the Oracle Mirror. Although the mirror cannot update him on Tion's current developments and progress, it still provides him with enough intelligence to give him a significant advantage. He did not want to give up that advantage by providing Tion with more information on his current strength and progress. While Wang Wei was thinking about whether this battle was worth it, Tion was doing the same. He did not have as many reservations and worries as Wang Wei, except for one. After our last battle, he somehow figured out the unorthodox 9-extremity foundation and caught up to me. If I fight him now, and he senses my transition into 10-extremity, he might do the same. Wang Wei might find a way to reach 10-extremity without the limit breaker. Tion did not doubt an overlord's ability to create miracles. So, he weighed the pros and cons of fighting for these devils. 10-extremity is the key to me proving the Tao. As for the devils, they are replaceable. I can use the clan's resources to cultivate a few heaven-chosen with the tyrant and support Tao. When he returns home, he can wake up a sealed heaven-chosen and trains them in these Tao. The tyrant Tao is more common. Some people might already have it or something similar. However, he has to find the right person for the support Tao. "Let's go," he said to the shadow. "Wait," said Wang Wei. "What is it? If you want to fight, it'll amuse you," said Tion with a cold face. "I promise things won't be much different from the first time. You know that's not true. Anyway, I'm not here to fight. I just want to talk," replied Wang Wei, who secretly sealed Wrath's ability to talk. "Please visit Panda in 0v1. Koem talk. What do you want? Why don't you prove the Tao in another world community? Are you joking? I'm not. You and I do not have much enmity and both want to prove the Tao. We don't have to fight if we come to an agreement. No enmity? What you did to my sleepers is not enough. You almost killed me, and I eliminated your intelligence agency, making us even. So, there is no need to hold a grudge. But I do. Most of these people you killed were people I care for, people that went through so much with me, people who were with me in my lowest. Don't be so inflexible. If you become emperor somewhere else, I can make an oath not to interfere in your wife's revival," argued Wang Wei. "And do you think I would trust something so important to you?" sneered Tion. "He caused Ninger death, so he must atone for his sins by reviving her himself. I can make an unbreakable oath to Grand Tao itself." "Unbreakable oath?" said Tion with some mockery in his tone. Maybe before he might believe in such a thing. However, after knowing the existence of something like the limit breaker, he knew there was no absolute in this world. If there were a person capable of finding the loophole in any oath or promise, it would be you. Wang Wei frowned slightly. Although he expected a negative answer, he did not expect the latter to be so stubborn and did not even entertain the idea. Nevertheless, he did not immediately give up and decided to take some calculated risks. He waved his hand to send a booklet with one page to Tion, who caught it and read the title. Merit Proving Tao Method. The D-Clan heir pondered for a moment as some memories from the past resurfaced in his mind. In his first life, the idea of an alternate method of creating emperors or emperor strength was discussed as a way to win the war. Back then, only the Heaven Path Tribulation was viable to humans, but many wise sages and emperors speculated on other methods. I still disagree. Why? We can both prove the Tao through this method. Even with our current foundation, we can only say we have a 95% chance of becoming eternal emperors if the heaven will was handed directly into our hands. However, using this alternative method would only give a 90%. I don't want to take any risks. Wang Wei knew Tion's statistics were over-exaggerated. However, his concerns about alternate methods were valid. One of his fears is that the methods he used to help his mother, Li Jun, and Yin Liling to become emperors will decrease their chances of becoming eternal emperors, even with merit for help. Secondly, even with this method, where would I find enough merit? I imagine it would require a tremendous number. I feel you're being too rigid. Can't you even consider this possibility? And I feel you're being too presumptuous. Why must I be the one who leaves? Why can't you leave and prove the Tao somewhere else? I have my sect and family to consider, shrugged Wang Wei. and a new era to lead. And I have to repay my karma to the D-clan, countered Dtion. The D-clan's luck sheltered him from heavenly Daos planning in the early stages of his reincarnation. So, he will repay the karma once he can. Furthermore, although he did not care about the upcoming era, he also wanted to avoid anything happening to the Myriad Emperor world. He wanted his Ninger to come to an intact and peaceful world. Dtion no longer wanted to entertain this conversation, so he disappeared. Injured, Wang Wei sighed, a little disappointed despite expecting this outcome. He would have preferred to battle Dtion in the Emperor world than in the Heavenwell battle, as it would give him more time to gain an advantage. And on the unlikely chance they become allies, his plan would benefit greatly. It was never possible, he shook his head. For his plan, Wang Wei needed absolute power, and the existence of someone as powerful as Dtion, who could contradict his order, would be harmful. As such, their egos would never leave room for peaceful cooperation. He finally looked at Wrath and unsealed her. Only communicate through divine sense. He instructed her through a sound transmission that only two could hear. Although puzzled, she agreed. Why didn't you help me save Gluttony? She questioned. I only promised to look after you. I don't care what happens to the others. Pa indi, in novi one. Her anger was about to explode. Can't you do something at all? No. He's currently more powerful than me. I will be powerless if he becomes determined to catch or kill you. You simply don't care, she commented. That's also a reason. What if I insist on putting myself in danger? Then you will die. Anyway, I'm not bound by any contracts. If you are stupid enough to do such a thing, you deserve to reunite with your master. Wrath stared at him with fiery eyes. If she had the power, she would kill him in the most painful way possible. Do you want to test if that's true? She replied, calling on his bluff. Little girl, don't act out before me. Don't think I don't know you attacked Dtion because you knew I would come to save you, said Wang Wei with a gentle smile. However, Wrath's body trembled as she felt a deep fear deep in her soul. I'm usually a patient and chill person to get along with, but don't push my buttons. You understand? Wrath mechanically nodded. Her body moved by instinct while her mind was overwhelmed by fear. All right, if you want to save your friends, become powerful enough to take it from his hands. I will, replied Wrath, who bit her tongue to use the pain to overcome the fear. Simultaneously, she made a new goal for herself. No, too, but she did not know whether she could ever accomplish the other. It doesn't matter if I can succeed. Pursuing this monster's footstep will allow me to go far in the cultivation path. A firm determination flashed in her eyes. Wang Wei saw the change in her eyes and temperament, but he did not care enough to ask or figure it out. Quickly finish your end of our bargain. All right, one last thing. I will attack you, and you have to defend before running away with your companion. Wrath was smart and quickly figured something was going on. However, she did not ask any further questions. Wang Wei suddenly attacked her with immense force, and she blocked him with her sword. However, she did not retaliate but broke the void with her two companions. Wang Wei watched her leave with an intense killing intent emanating from his body. Her cunningness and scheming ability are not bad, he thought, smiling internally. He knew Wrath had a two-steps plan for fighting Dtion. The first relied on him to save her, and the other was threatening or blackmailing him. So, she sent Sloth and Envy to Gluttony's territory to take Dtion's troops hostage when necessary. However, Wang Wei thinks she underestimated his strength and ruthlessness. He could save his men and capture her with relative ease. Or worse, sacrifice these soldiers to kill these devils. Nothing? Suddenly thought Wang Wei. When he first arrived, his intuition warned him of prying eyes nearby. However, no matter how much he searched or the method he used, he did not detect anything. Boom. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Ko. Wang Wei punched the air. The power of destruction emanated from his body, annihilating everything in a 100-meter diameter. Trees, mountains, soil, dirt, animals, and atoms were all destroyed with that single attack. He even eradicated space-time, leaving a zone of nothingness. If someone came to this area, they would see that a big chunk of this continent was destroyed or erased from the world. Still nothing? Thought Wang Wei. He knew to trust his intuition, so this only meant the person was already gone or the method they used was beyond his ability. Whatever, he uttered before waving his hand and returning things to their original state. He was prepared to leave and return to his cultivation when he sensed something. After the changes in this continent, a powerful force blocked the spatial tunnel to the Devil Continent's exits. However, he felt the blockage had drastically reduced. This is not a coincidence. Someone was indeed here, and they were probably the people being this sudden invasion. Wang Wei did another sweep of his divine sense, but found nothing. In the end, he left helplessly, since it seemed pointless. 100,000 meters underground, Hishi's figure suddenly appeared in a cave. He was in terrible shape, missing half of his body. A look of fear flashed in his mind as he remembered that horrible punch. It reminded him of the helplessness he felt the first time he asked one of his ancestors to experience the power of an immortal. Without wasting time or hesitating, he swallowed several pills to appease his injuries. Luckily, he cultivated a 9-stage DE realm, allowing him to remove the opponent's power. Still, the process was slow because his DE realm seemed to lack a certain quality compared to Wang Wei's. After a quick analysis, he knew the reason. His opponent made each of his 9 cultivation realms unique, while he only did it for a few before cultivating his DE realm to a higher level through years of training. Phew! Exhaled Hishi. His condition had stopped deteriorating. If not for the remaining power of the 4-symbol artifact, I would have died. During his cultivation journey, he experienced numerous ups and downs and overcame countless challenges. But this was the first time he came so close to dying. My journey has been too smooth, he analyzed. I have suppressed all the peers in my generation, making me arrogant. As the saying goes, there is a heaven above heaven. His eyes became brighter as his state of mind sublimated. A peaceful aura enveloped him as he entered a natural state. I may be behind now, but that may not be the case after we prove the Tao. Hishi's eyes were bright and profound. Then, he focused on what he had learned. The relationship between Wang Wei and that person called Tian is sour, which is understandable. However, there seems to be a strange relationship between Wang Wei and that devil woman. He frowned as he analyzed things deeper. Despite how he attacked her, everything was odd. There's a chance he suspected my presence and put on a show. This information was less useful than it appeared. His sect could not use it to their benefit since there was no tangible proof that Wang Wei had contact with the devil race. The myriad emperor world ended the reign of the devil race and has been hunting them down for countless years. So it's hard to convince people they have allied with the devil race with only his suspicions. He would need solid proof. After pondering for a moment, his eyes became fierce. Let me ask the sect to try one last desperate attempt. He was the linchpin that powered the barrier that prevented people from exiting the continent. However, with his injury and wasting much of the 4-symbol mirror's power, the seal won't last long. So, he wanted his sect to try one last method to kill these two. And even if it fails, it's only a small price. Hishi used a secret technique to send the information back and his request. Lust territory. Tian returned to his camp, prepared to plan his next step. He wanted to see if there were any more talents worth him conquering. Suddenly, he sensed something, and the power of life and death flashed in his eyes. Deem omen. He felt the possibility of dying. Although it was very low, it was strange, given his strength. He looked in the distance with a serious face. Master, is there a problem? Typically, the shadow would not ask questions and only did as he was ordered. However, he noticed his master was nicer, for lack of a better word. I sense unwanting trouble, replied Tian. In his long life, he had to develop a skill for sensing danger and trouble because of how much heavenly Tao made him go through. Although it was useless against such a mighty force as heavenly Tao, it did help him on some occasions. Did we reach the 100 million quotas? Yes, although barely. Then let's leave this place. He placed his troops in another space before forcefully breaking through the barrier of this continent. He could not do so previously, but this thing was now drastically weaker. Ingen's pursue. Ingen looked at all the people surrounding him. He had a calm demeanor, not minding in the slightest he was outnumbered. His eyes lit up with excitement. He had made some progress with his heavenly zombie art after absorbing some devil blood. His skin had changed from its gray color, almost returning to its normal state. Kill him, ordered a disciple at the back. Then, the disciples waved their hands to summon numerous demonic beasts, exponentially increasing their numbers. The demonic beasts then attacked. Some went directly toward Ingen to rip him apart, while others used long-distance attacks, mainly elemental ones. Bang! The attack landed on him, destroying the surrounding environment. However, he was perfectly intact. Now it's my turn. His hand turned black before growing claws. Ingen rushed to the nearest beast and cut it into two. He appeared to another hand and penetrated its brain, leaving blood all over his clothes. Claw, a pale blue claw rushed from his hand and crushed everything in its path, leaving a rod of blood and carnage. Crack! A shadow beast suddenly appeared behind Ingen and bit his shoulder, ripping it off. At least, that was the original plan. Instead, the beast's teeth exploded because of Ingen's fleshly body. Then, he gently shook his shoulder, and the beast exploded into a blood balloon. Use beast fusion, yelled the leader of this group, and his followers responded. These disciples suddenly turned into hybrids of humans and demons. Interesting cultivation system, commented Ingen. They reminded him of someone from his generation with the myriad beast physique. Ingen smiled as he prepared to go on a massacre. However, he sensed someone in the surroundings that gave him a dangerous feeling, so he raised his guard. A chilling energy came from his body to envelop these attackers. The chill was not the power ice, but power, the cold of the underworld. With this one attack, only one person survived, the leader. A demon with some innate bloodline? He rushed to the leader, Arhu fused with a Kuei snake with only 5 attacks. Ingen then dazed in the direction he felt the danger. However, a few minutes later, the person seemed to have left. He still did not drop his guard. This cleanup has been very beneficial, thought in general in his era. He was a mortal with poor cultivation talent, even for body refining since his bones and blood were naturally weak and could not correctly strengthen. However, Ingen wanted to walk the path of cultivation, and he would not let anyone or anything from getting in his way. After contemplating and planning, Ingen realized body refining was the only way to change his talent and fate. However, no sect or faction wanted him. His body was not even suitable to absorb incense, and he could not even join the more accepting Buddhist sect. Ingen was stubborn and decided to join a body-refining sect at all costs. So, he knelt before the gate of the Body Dao cave, known as the Best. With his weak mortal constitution, he knelt for 5 years. It was a miracle for a mortal to survive so long without food and water. But through sheer willpower, he created this miracle. An elder from the cave admired his conviction and accepted him as a disciple. And Ingen did not disappoint. Although he could not cultivate any of the cultivation techniques from her library, he acquired enough knowledge to create his own, the golden zombie art. By absorbing yin qi, he would turn himself into a non-human and abnormal state. He turned himself into a zombie. And the yin qi he absorbed was not the pure kind from the moon. It was the eerie one found in cemeteries full of death qi. The process was painful as this type of yin qi was detrimental to the soul when absorbed in large quantities. Furthermore, there was a chance of losing his mind and turning into a mindless monster that only knew how to kill. Ingen divided his scripture into 5 categories: normal zombie, iron zombie, bronze zombie, silver zombie, and gold zombie. With each realm, he needed more yin qi, and the process was more excruciating. And for the silver and gold zombie, he needed life and death resources to cultivate. After completing his cultivation, Jin became a famous Heaven Chosen, suppressing the Heaven Chosen of his era. As a result, he also had to survive the hunting of some Buddhist factions who did not want to see him rise. He always escaped with the help of the Body Dao Cave, his luck, and intelligence. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Jin quickly became known as the person most likely to prove the Tao. All signs showed he had little to no rival, even from the Buddhist sect. Regrettably, there was an upset. A person from the previous generation suddenly showed up and ruined Jin's dreams. Wang Chong. Pai and Dan 0v1. C0M the man was a legend from the previous generous, as someone who fought equally with a great emperor. However, people thought he sealed himself to wash away his karma. Of course, Jin did not believe such nonsense, even if there are records of Emperor Seven Lotus admitting this fact. Sadly, during the final battle, Wang Chong completely suppressed him. The worst part was he lost to the latter's fleshly body, which was his pride and confidence. After his defeat, Jin did not give up. He focused on reaching the pinnacle of the body refining path, and proving the Tao was one of the most important steps he had to take. So, he decided to upgrade his scripture while also sealing him. He chose a Groton heaven, a place that could give birth to all types of energy as a place for his seal. His act of cultivating while sealing himself made him experience even more excruciating pain. It also made the process longer than usual. However, Jin did not care. He saw it as a form of tempering. His method succeeded as he created 2 more stages of his scripture, Earth Zombie and Heavenly Zombie. At the peak of Earth Zombie, Jin broke the barrier between immortal and mortal. More importantly, he learned about the Gate of Power. Immediately, Jin saw his goal before him. He knew how to achieve his goal of reaching the end of the body refining path. He must open that gate. He was even happier when he learned no one had ever opened this gate, not even Wang Chong. Jin knew his opponent was long gone and surpassed him. However, he had a way to compete and defeat him. He can do something even Wang Chong never achieved in his life. After waking up in this generation full of eternal destiny, the first thing Jin did was undergo his fleshly tribulation. And without knowing any better, he passed 2 parts at once. Jin lived through 4 eras and was confident in his willpower. However, he never forgot that horrifying experience. He was also a madman. After cultivating and preparing for a while, he took another 2 simultaneously. And he still plans to repeat this madness. Jin then learned of this generation's heaven chosen to prepare for the final battle. After hearing how Wang Chong's descendant was the genius most likely to prove the Tao in this generation, he was interested, especially since the latter is known for his mighty fleshly body. So, when he saw Wang Wei, he used some excuse to approach the latter and confront him. He wanted to test if this descendant lived up to his ancestors' legend. And Jin soon discovered Wang Wei was a greater monster than Wang Chong. According to his calculation, Wang Chong's power should have been peak 4 leaf, meaning his current strength could crush the latter. However, he felt helpless before Wang Wei. After that encounter, Jin thought about how to improve his heavenly zombie art. And after massacring countless devils, he tried absorbing the sins and evil aura from their bloodline. Luckily, he succeeded. What should I call this new layer? Celestial Zombie? Immortal Zombie? Desolate Zombie? No, let's just use Immortal Zombie. Jin chose this name because he could feel once he succeeded, his lifespan would drastically increase. Currently, he can naturally live for more than 100 million years. That's one of the advantages of his scripture. Although it has many flaws and difficulty to cultivate, the increase in lifespan in each stage is on par with the best cultivation system, focusing on longevity. I can probably live up for 500 million years, thought Jin, full of excitement. He could foresee the possibility of failure in this heaven will battle. However, he only cares about surviving. If he does, he can seal himself again and try in the future. After making a plan, Injin looked at the exit space channel and soon realized he could not leave. Let's hide until the chaos ends. He took his troops before disappearing. Chaos. Zenbiu calmly looked at the people around her. Tao Rhyme manifested around her as she seemed perfectly compatible with heaven and earth. And this was not some technique or her attempt to look, but her Taoist heart and pure mind allowed her to reach the perfect state to understand the Tao. She calmly analyzed the 4 people before her and quickly noticed 3 of the 4 had something in common: pale complexion. Too much Eend that results in an ambulance. Their cultivation system overemphasized the soul while completely ignoring the body. No, they abandoned it entirely, she analyzed. Meanwhile, the last one had a rosy complexion and was over 2 meters tall with a muscular physique. Zenbiu could hear the blood running through his veins like mercury. Powerful, fleshly body, but poor control of his body. All true body refiners expert locked their blood energy inside their bodies and looked no different from ordinary people. No one will detect it if they do not want anyone to know they have a strong, fleshly body. Who are you? You call me the Ghost Lord, replied the leader of the 4. That was not his name or title, but he decided to use it for now. You're not from here? No, we are from the Ghost Immortal world. I see. Why do you want to kill me? It's nothing personal. We only want to pass this trial and get the eternal supreme inheritance. Inheritance? Why do you have to target the myriad emperor world for an inheritance? Muttered Ghost Lord as he did not think of that. So, after she brought it up, he realized there might be some shady business with this entire inheritance thing, especially with how sudden everything was. Nevertheless, he still wanted to try to get his hands on it. After all, his faction never cultivated an eternal emperor, let alone an eternal supreme. By getting his hands on such a scripture, he can learn from it and reforge his foundation, increasing his chances of proving the Tao. Maybe the emperor has a grudge against your world. Anyway, I only care about getting the inheritance. Nothing else matters. Zenbiu sighed. She did not like to fight or compete with others for things like power. If she had a choice, she would slowly cultivate until the great emperor realm and take the first major step of her cultivation path: immortality. Unfortunately, the world did not revolve around her. She could not spend her life free from the restraints of karma. The mortal world is a place full of desires, emotions, and ambitions, a place entangled by the threads of karma, a place of dust. Unfortunately, even cultivators cannot escape. Zenbiu knew her desire was fundamentally flawed. No cultivator can cultivate without being affected by karma. Furthermore, they can only temper the mind and Tao heart through countless experiences, adversaries, and calamities. This philosophy is often referred to as the trial of sea of bitterness. Sadly, her desire to be aloof from world affairs and desires is impossible. She is the heir to the 5-element palace. Such karma has already ruined her pursuit of pursuing tranquility. A Dharma body manifested behind her as she prepared to fight. Ghost Lord frowned after sensing her aura before controlling himself. He was still confident. Earth suppression. Zenbiu's Dharma body waved her hand to manifest an enormous mountain. Majestic, beautiful, and the embodiment of sturdiness. A terrifying pressure enveloped Ghost Lord that made his body tremble, almost crushed into a blood pool. Luckily, he acted swiftly and enveloped himself with a powerful spiritual power, blocking the pressure. He raised his hand to create a small mountain in his palm that instantly countered the pressure. Law of Earth, thought Zenbiu before releasing a weird aura from her body. Ghost Lord's face changed as he found it difficult to control his Earth Law. It was as if he encountered the owner of the Earth Law, and he was someone who borrowed it. Such a terrifying control of the 5-element law. Ghost Lord increased his spiritual power, which in turn raised his control of the Earth Law. He waved his hand to generate a powerful flame that burned the mountain. Zenbiu waved her hand, and her mountain absorbed the flame, turning into a volcano, spewing magma so hot that the space distorted. Ghost Lord acted swiftly and used his fire law. He is a dual wielder of fire and earth law, walking the path of Earth-Fire Tao. He combined the two laws to create a magma shield to protect himself and his allies. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Damn, she's powerful, he thought. Phew. Ghost Lord spewed a mouthful of blood as something pierced his body. He calmly looked down to see the culprit was a tree branch. From the lava that dropped next to him, Zenbyu turned them into wood elements to attack him. I thought I could defeat you alone. I guess not. A golden appeared from his forehead before another gilded version of himself appeared next to the impaled body. Ghost Lord's soul looked at his impaled body, not caring about its destruction. I wanted to continue to use the remaining yang energy to temper myself. I guess that's not possible anymore. His body was so weak he knew it would not survive such an intact, unless he used countless resources to heal it. But it was not worth it. Let's deal with her together, he ordered before controlling Blood Servant, the body cultivator. In the Ghost Immortal world, cultivators viewed the body as a shackle in the path of longevity, so 99% of person abandons it. As for the remaining 1%, they believed in tempering both the body and the soul. Unfortunately, the laws of heaven and earth and the cultivation system make this task beyond difficult. Any heaven chosens who temper their bodies to a certain level will experience a phenomenon where their soul automatically absorbs all the blood and yang energy of the body to nourish it, thus weakening and injuring the body in the process. The only way to walk on the path of double refining is to comprehend yin-yang law and achieve balance. Unfortunately, in the Ghost Immortal world, Heavenly Tao makes it extremely difficult to comprehend yin-yang law, even more difficult than understanding the supreme outlaw Taos. Despite the difficulty, some geniuses do succeed. So, the rest of the world adapted to fight against these people. They trained and controlled blood servants, people who only cultivated the body. Body-refining resources are rare in the Ghost Lord's world. As such, only Heaven Chosen, with the full support of their emperor lineages, can have a blood servant. Furthermore, before or during the Heaven will battle, he can swallow him to further nourish his soul. The blood servant rushed to Zenbyu. Bang! He hit a metal plate that appeared to protect Zenbyu, injuring his hand. She used the law of gold and earth to create an extremely dense metal and used it as a shield. Under Ghost Lord's control, the blood servant attacked again, resulting in him being pushed a dozen meters back, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Zenbyu changed the properties of the metal to grant it force-bouncing properties. So, the metal redistributed the force of the attack back to the servant. Meanwhile, the other two people with Ghost Lord went on the offensive. Chains appeared from their forehead and headed directly towards Zenbyu, who responded appropriately. She used her 5 elements law to generate thunder and lightning. She controlled water law to create clouds before mixing it with fire law. Thunder and lightning are the nemesis of most in-nature things, including the soul. Unfortunately, she miscalculated these people's soul abilities as the chain bypassed her thunder and entered her sea of consciousness. Zenbyu's soul protection treasure activated and created a barrier with 5 colors surrounding her primordial spirit, blocking these chains. Ghost Lord took this opportunity to counterattack. A fire spear appeared before him before plunging towards Zenbyu. Luckily, she still had some battle experience as her body acted instinctively and turned into metal. Zenbyu looked at the wound on her waist with a frown. She activated the law of water and wood to heal herself before focusing on the battle. Should I continue to fight or just run away? She did not like to fight in the first place, especially a pointless battle like this with nothing to gain. Maybe I can use this experience as a form of tempering, she thought, hesitating on the right choice. Meanwhile, her alter ego/real personality observed everything deep from her sea of consciousness. After seeing the battle, she secretly shook her head, lamenting how terrible her battle experience was. As an expert in five elements law, her other self should know that fire overcomes metal, so why use metal to defend against that attack? Water was the perfect counter. However, she was okay with it since she was responsible for this outcome. She purposely influenced the other ego to decrease her battle capabilities, hoping that the five-element palace would allow her to seal herself and not fight in this generation. She wanted to wait for the deal with Wang Wei to finish before proving the Tao in another generation. Regrettably, things were not going her way. Chaos. Zhang Beiyu's primary personality frowned as she watched the alter ego battle these fought people. Her body was full of wounds, but she continued to fight. Ghost Lord and his men were not in the best shape either, with one lying on the death, his fate unknown. Despite the alter's ego drastic increase in battle experience, she was not happy. She tried to influence it to run away and abandon the battle. And her action was about to succeed until the last minute when the alter ego ignored her influence and chose to temper herself. So, she waited until the battle progressed to this state where the alter ego had used much of her spiritual power to influence her to run away. And this attempt was successful. Five elements escape. P. N0V1 calm. 4 clones of Zenbiyu appeared next to her, making 5 of her. Each one looked exactly like her and had the same wounds, aura, and soul fluctuation. The first one turned into a flaming meteor and rushed in the north direction. The second turned into a cloud before blending with the other clouds in the sky. With this method, she was almost indistinguishable from any other normal cloud. The third blended with the soil and disappeared. The fourth one turned into a sword and flight in the southern direction. The final one exploded and released a type of pollen that affected people's divine sense and reduced their searching capabilities. Ghost Lord and his group were too slow in their response, and when they tried to act, they could not distinguish which of the 5 was the primary body. "Damn it," yelled Ghost Lord. He lost his primary body, and his blood servant was severely injured, which would require countless resources to heal. And despite all these losses, he gained nothing in return. He looked at his collapsing follower and gave the latter a healing pill. "Hurry up and heal. We need to target someone else." Deep in a mountain cave not far from the battle, Zhang Biyu sat cross-legged to heal while also reviewing her gain. As she was using this battle to increase her battle foundation, she could not help but focus on the unbalance of these people, the yin and yang unbalance between their bodies and their soul. 5 zhang organs, 5 elements, balance, mutual generation, and overcoming the cycle of yin and yang. She entered a state of enlightenment as the laws of yin-yang flashed before her. However, she only comprehended a small portion before it turned into the 5 elements law, deepening her comprehension. As expected, muttered the primary personality with desolateness in her voice. The alter ego creation is a form of great fortune for her. After all, it is a state of mind perfect for comprehending the law of heaven and earth. And with the 5 elements balanced physique, it's as if she had 2 powerful physiques. With such talent, she could evolve 5 elements into yin-yang, yin-yang into taiji, and taiji into chaos, she muttered. With my knowledge and ability, it should not be a problem to pass the outlaw trial for Taiji Dao and have some hope for chaos. She could not help but think about her bright future. Each evolution would grant a law baptism that drastically increases her strength, meaning such a path would establish a better foundation for cultivation than directly comprehending Taiji law. Sadly, that damn woman won't let this happen. If any of the clones cultivate anything other than 5 elements Dao, she cannot benefit. So, they all have restrictions on them. Okay, all I have to do is wait. Once Wang Wei frees me, my future will be bright. Zhang Biyu plans to wait to gain her freedom. Then, she will influence the alter ego to walk that path. And once it comprehends yin-yang law, she will use some means to perfectly fuse with the alter ego. Usually, during day-to-day events, she will be the primary personality. However, she can let the alter ego out when cultivating and using her talent. The primary personality took a moment to calm down. As she gazed at her other self cultivating, she pondered and planned for the future. Fiveheart has begun to act. She must have noticed the anomaly in this generation. She knew she had lost control of the alter ego due to Fiveheart, and in the future, the alter ego will have more changes. Currently, it does not even have immortal venerable one-leaf strength. However, after Fiveheart's intervention, she will quickly become enlightened in the Tao of 5 elements and drastically increase her power. And the excuse used to avoid heavenly Taoist detection is she has awakened some memories and abilities from her past life. As Zhenbiu thought of that woman's control over her, great anger rose deep in her heart. Be calm. Soon I will be free. Then, I will have a bright future in all heaven myriad world. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Imrath territory. Huang Yuang stood before a group of dead bodies, with a black and white book in front of him and a woman standing blankly behind him. He held the soul of one of the survivors, using the law of life and death to search his memories. Pursuing longevity world? He muttered with a frown before continuing. So, these people were only pawns used by someone else? But who? And why are they targeting the myriad Emperor world? He had lived a long time compared to his peers and had many experiences. And after his wife's betrayal, he became wiser, more sinister, and scheming. And after experiencing the competition in the upper world, he realized the necessity for these skills and trained. As such, after seeing the weird secret realm that suddenly appeared out of nowhere and how it lured many people, it was not hard to put 2 and 2 together. Let's not focus on these things. If the sky is falling, these immortals are here to hold it. I need to focus on the current situation. He looked at the bodies on the floor. These people sure have a long lifespan. It's a shame their cultivation system requires a unique energy from their world. Huang Yuan frowned as he pondered deeply. I have completely refined the life-death book and even turned it into the anchor of my Tao. With this method, he could display the full ability of the book and utilize such a powerful law as life and death. The only downside is if something happened to the book, his Tao foundation would be destroyed and his path of cultivation might be cut off. Nevertheless, Huang Yuan chose this because this was the only way he saw to kill Wang Wei after his humiliating defeat. However, after joining the Suppressing Fate Alliance and learning of the latter's true power, he knew he was dreaming, thinking he could kill the latter on his own. Although I have complete control of the book, I'm still limited by my cultivation and cannot display its full power. Innate treasure had a low threshold for use and no backlist, unlike Emperor artifacts. However, mortals still could not display their full powers. However, there might be a way. I can extract these people's lifespans and use them as sacrifices. He can use much more power from the book with this method. He suddenly rushed to check on these people's conditions. I should not have killed them. Luckily, a few can still be saved. Extracting their lifespan from them would be more efficient if they were alive. He controlled his book and used the power of life and death to save a few of these people, while also gathering the scattered souls of the others. Huang Yuan placed them away before smiling. He turned around to look at his former wife, Fan Qianhan. Do you see? Despite your betrayal, I'm slowly walking on the path of Emperor, getting closer and closer. Huang Yuan sneered. Despite refining her into his slave, he kept some of her consciousness so she could experience all the suffering he inflicted on her and watch him reach the top. And once he proves the Tao, he will release her consciousness to watch the regret dawn on her. I can believe I have to use resources in this waste, thought Huang Yuan, suddenly disgusted after looking at her. After his defeat, many people in the Loose Cultivator Alliance began to doubt him, and even considered reducing his resources and even his title as Heaven Chosen. Huang Yuan quickly realized why these loose cultivators could never equal sex and great clans. They lacked unity. As soon as some troubles arrive, their independent natures take over, leading to distrust, hesitation, and infighting. Luckily, he acted swiftly to show them his power after completely refining the book. However, he also no longer trusted the Alliance lords and upper echelons of the Alliance. So, he began to take power rapidly and control the Alliance. And with his talent and strength, it was no problem to defeat the other and convince the elders. Nevertheless, he did not trust other people from the Alliance to lead his troops for the Heavenward battle. Huang Yuan then decided to use Fan Qianhan since she was the only person incapable of betraying him. "Go get the troops. We're going to hide," he ordered, not wanting to deal with the current chaos. Huang Yuan suddenly turned around to see a man holding a sword looking at him. He instantly became serious since he felt a significant threat. Chaos 3. "Who are you?" asked Huang Yuan, looking at the cold and indifferent before him. The man's eyes were bright, and they placed an intense, almost tangible pressure on him. It was like he was looking at a beast with extremely sharp edges. Sword Demon Dugu Jing from Myriad Law World. Huang Yuan had never heard about such a place. However, this was not the time to care about these things. His mind began to work on overdrive, thinking about how to deal with this situation. "Are you also here for the Eternal Supreme Inheritance?" he asked, hoping to keep talking and buy himself more time. "I don't need any inheritance. Only a few people could proclaim with certainty they would be eternal emperors, let alone eternal supreme." So Huang Yuan did not know whether he should admire this man's confidence or sneer at his ignorance. He wanted to say something, but Dugu Jing interrupted him. "Stop wasting time," he said coldly. "I only care about challenging powerhouses. If you are a worthy challenger, I can spare your life." Huang Yuan squinted his eyes. "Arrogant, I see." The book appeared before him as life-death innate laws shown before him. The fact he can display the book's innate laws shows how much control Huang Yuan has and its deep connection. Sword Demon Dugu Jing did not say anything else but swung his sword, sending a golden sword to his opponent. Huang Yuan swiftly responded and brought death to the attack. Unfortunately, the slash cut off his attack and headed directly toward his body, forcing him to surround himself with the most powerful shield he could muster. The terrifying power of the slash pushed him dozens of meters back, leaving marks on the soil. "Law of Gold," he muttered with an ugly look. He thought he had met a peerless pure swordsman, but he was wrong. He encountered something even scarier. The person in front of him was part of the lowest swordsman category that used their sword to control a law. He controlled Gold Law, one of the primary laws that these swordsmen loved to use. However, Dugu Jing was nothing but ordinary or lowly. Each of the 5 elements has some attributes associated with them. Fire is wild, explosive, and a few other things. Water is vast, nourishing, and wrathful. Earth is sturdy, suppressing, and towering. Wood is full of life or vitality. Meanwhile, one of the main attributes of metal is sharpness. Dugu Jing focused on that aspect to support his sword cultivation, reaching a level equal to some of the best pure swordsmen. The sword demon calmly watched his opponent before attacking a second time. Huang Yuan felt his eyes hot and his skin itched simply due to the overwhelming sharpness of that slash. Undead army. Huang Yuan summoned a large number of dead bodies. Upon closer inspection, these people's skeletons were different colors: black, silver, gold, and some glistened like pure jade. They were body refiners. Unfortunately, the golden slash cut through these people's bodies as easily as a sharp knife cutting through butter. Samsara Shield. He used the power generated by the alternation between life and death laws to acquire the power of samsara. Bang! His shield only lasted for a few seconds before breaking apart. Luckily for him, his technique blocked the attack, saving his life. Huang Yuan became pale. The life-death book was intact. After all, it was an extreme innate treasure, on par with some chaos treasure. However, this was the root of the problem. He could not use its full power. The shield broke not because the book was weak, but because he could not support using it. "You're too weak," commented Duga Jing. However, it's understandable since you rely too much on external aid. "Foreign aid?" uttered Huang Yuan with a sneer. "Are you powerful, or the book makes you powerful? If you can't even see such an obvious thing, there's no hope for you to become a powerhouse. You have broken through the mortal-immortal boundary. Are you the only one in your world?" "No, there are 2 others, but they're not my opponent." "You're lucky there are you 3. In my world, there are at least 7 people. Moreover, 2 of them can fight and kill Dao Ancestor. Not to mention other variables that might affect the battle level during the final battle. In such a situation, relying on foreign aid is my only choice." Dugu Jing squinted his eyes as he remembered the terrible fluctuation he sensed in another territory a little while back. Although he only felt a slight fluctuation, he felt the terror. One of my peers has such strength? He thought someone used some Dao talisman to have such power. His eyes became brighter as he wanted to challenge that person. Dugu Jing knew he could not win and probably even die. However, he did not care. His pursuit is to fight powerful opponents and sublimate himself and his soul through battle and life and death trials. Please visit Panda N0V1. Co. M. Let me send you on the way, he said with his usual cold tone. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Huang Yuan acted and used his best escape technique. He brought death to the surrounding space to manipulate it and teleport to an unknown location. Swish! Dugu Jing's / cut off the space and stopped his escape. He then swung his sword for a second time. Huang Yuan's face became ugly as he watched that brilliant light coming toward him. He felt his thinking slowed down and his body unable to move. More importantly, he felt his upcoming death. At the very last moment, he did one thing. He summoned Fan Qianhan to appear before him. If he is going to die, he'll take her with him. Furthermore, there is a slight chance Dugu Jing did not want to kill a woman and stop the attack. Or an even small probability that using her as a shield would allow him to survive. Swish! A white light enveloped the two, and they disappeared from sight. Dugu Jing immediately became on guard, thinking an enemy had approached him, and he was incapable of detecting it. He searched the surrounding area with his divine sense, but found nothing. Could it be? P. N1 C. OM Huang Yuan and Fan Qianhan appeared in another small world created by Wang Wei's formation. He immediately looked around, hyper-alert to his environment. I'm saved, but who did it? He barely finished his words before a thick red thread appeared above his head and connected to him. He reacted and tried to defend himself with a life-death book, but it was useless. The karma thread attached to him, and he knew he owed a heavy debt, the debt of life-saving. Could it be him? But why would he save me? He did not think it was simply to hour a karma debt. Don't think about it. Let's heal first. The sharpness of that attack affected his soul simply because he looked at it, and it was so close to him. In another territory, Mo Xingyan's body was slowly falling apart due to the besiegement of a group of people. I've told you many times, I'm a puppet. There is no reward for killing me, she tried to persuade them. That is yet to be determined. Plus, this puppet's craftsmanship is quite unique. With the right buyer, it should be worth a lot of money. Mo Xingyun frowned as she continued to resist. The luck backlash is worse than I thought. The heaven-devouring emperor knew heavenly Dao did approve of his method of reviving, and the technique used to counter him is through calculations and a backlash of luck. He foresaw this situation, hence the reason he only took over Mo Xingyan's body after she reached a certain level. Unfortunately, he did not expect it to be this bad. After arriving on this continent, he had suspicions about the 7 devil kings since he knew about the devil primogenitor. And when Gluttony's troops attacked his men to prevent him from killing more devils, he saw Gluttony's generals use some power from his Dao and recognized what it was. Immediately, Heaven Devouring planned to swallow Gluttony and learn from the devil primogenitor's Dao. He even planned to hunt the other devils to fuse the Tao and manifest the genuine seven-sin Tao. With such a unique Tao, he can benefit whether he learns from it or uses it as a sub-Tao. He only needed to deal with the restraint of the rules and hiding under Wang Wei's nose. After the fall of Heavenly Tao, he thought an opportunity presented itself. However, it did not take long for numerous people to attack him until he was in this sorry state. As he watched his puppet body fall apart, he was incomparably calm. It's fine if I fail this time. After I revive, I can still get my hands on that unique Tao. Before that, let's make some preparation in the Nine-Devil God world. Emotion looked at these people. Boom! He blew himself up, killing many people with him. He would not leave anything for these people. Chaos 4. Tong Ruobing looked at the people who attacked her and frowned. Her complexion was still pale from her defeat at Wrath's hands. She did not care for most of the others, but the leader of this group gave her a sense of danger. She guessed even if she were in perfect health, it would be challenging to deal with him. She calmly tapped her toes on the ground, and an enormous formation appeared above the sky. After her loss, she learned from her mistake and prepared backhands to fight more powerful opponents and create more escape opportunities. With the formation, she was able to bind the powerful group leader. Tong Ruobing knew she could not kill the latter, but it will also take some time to get out of that formation. As a talisman master with a unique rune physique, her ability for arrays was close to her talisman talent. She waved her finger to manifest two talismans: Suppression Talisman and Soul-Searching Talisman. People from the Beastmaster world, a heavenward world focused on controlling beasts or demons and fighting with them. Their stages of cultivation involve controlling more beasts and growing or evolving their bloodline. Furthermore, the Beastmaster can receive feedback from their blinds with their beast to increase their body and soul and have numerous divine abilities. Some talented people are even born with an accompanying beast, some of which can have innate or even chaos bloodlines. As long as they can purify their beast's bloodline, they will have the strength of an innate demon god. Someone is plotting against the myriad emperor world. In a short moment, Tong Runing thought of many things. She knew her world had been cut off from the endless void for some time, but it was still famous. After the deception trial, the myriad emperor world caught other world communities' eyes. The trial, the closing of the lower dimension, and this event. All these events are related somehow, and I have a feeling Wang Wei is connected to these events. She squinted her eyes. A complete son of era, a person with the destiny to open a new era. No, not just any era, an era that revitalizes the current downward trend of the world. However, some people in other world communities do not want a revival. Numerous thoughts flashed in her mind. A few talismans appear before her, blessing her brain and soul to increase her comprehension and better help her analyze the situation. The core of this issue is the deception trial. Wang Wei seemed to be caught in some infighting in the upper dimension. Right after these people left, the lower dimension was sealed. And from the information I learned from the ancestors, the only thing that can seal the entire lower dimension: true heavenly Tao. So, why would it seal the lower dimension? Tong Ruobing felt she was approaching the truth, so she put her brain on overflow. True heavenly Tao wanted to protect Wang Wei. It may sound absurd since he is only a talented mortal in the lower dimension. However, if I consider the new era he will open has some sort of benefit to the upper dimension, it will make sense. She remembered the conversation Wang Wei had with Xiao Tiandi, the number 1 genius from the upper dimension. Immerse. He mentioned the so-called 7 moons and 2 suns. If these people forcefully reigned over the upper dimension, to the world's detriment, true heavenly Tao would not accept such a thing. But if Wang Wei's new era somehow led to changes in the upper dimension, it would explain why it sealed the lower dimension to protect him. Tong Ruobing knew she lacked much information, but knew she was on the right track. Suddenly, her pupil dilated as she thought of something. I finally understand the conversation Wang Wei had with Yu Zhou, some people from the upper dimensions sent people into the myriad emperor world to interfere in the heaven will battle and prevent it from rising. And Wang Wei was hunting them down since he is an heiress son. Tong Ruobing suddenly smiled. If I play my card correctly, I might have a small chance at proving the Tao. Her chances were already small, but they increased a little with this idea. And even if it fails, I can ensure I survive and leave the battle intact. However, I need to be decisive when necessary. Her eyes lit up before disappearing to her hiding spot. Tong Ruobing did not continue healing, but contacted someone. My Empress, the light of my heart, how are you doing? Said Muley, who was not ashamed these words came from his mouth. Why is recently your mouth getting sweeter? P. In 0v1 don't you like it? I read a mortal book on courtships that said women like to be praised. No women dislike compliments, but too much makes you seem too eager. That makes sense. So, why did you contact me? I thought you were in your cleanup. I am, but something happened. She explained the situation to him. What? Yelled Mulo. Are you okay? Who dares attack you? Tell me where you are, and he'll come to kill them. 9 stars appeared on his forehead, releasing a terrifying killing intent that made the star he was on tremble. Even though the talisman, Tong Ruobing, couldn't. Calm down, she hurriedly said, knowing he would really come here to kill these people. I did not call you to ask you to avenge me. Anyway, you can't defeat her. Tong Ruobing did not say these words, even though she knew they were true. After the trial, Muley found a way to control laws with certain qi while continuing his pure body refining. Currently, he has a high chance of reaching the 7-leaf limit. However, she felt he would not be the match for that devil. I want to ask if you heard any information about other planes who wanted to attack the Myriad Emperor world. No, but I can guess who is responsible. Well, the people most likely to be behind this move. Please visit Panda and 0v1. Koim Ohu. The Spirit Genesis sect from the Battle Spirit World. Tong Ruobing waited to hear him explain, but he remained quiet, staring at her. You know I don't know who they are. I know, but I just wanted you to talk and hear your voice. Be serious, she replied with the slightest blush on her face. But it was here only a moment before disappearing. They're the most powerful faction in the Endless Void, allegedly. They are also one of the most mysterious forces. What makes you say that? The mode of operation is similar to how they operate, always on a shadow. There have been many strange events targeting the rise of certain factions, and many people believe they were responsible. However, the method used against your sect seemed rushed and shoddy. Is that all the evidence you have? Tong Ruobing felt this was insufficient to prove or even suspect that sect. You said someone or something broke a heavenly Tao on par with Eternal Emperor, right? Yes. Only an immortal sovereign has such power. However, most of them have to worry about sealing themselves and hiding from true heavenly Tao and would only show up after the time of the heavenly battle. Interfering in another world community's battle is a taboo for these immortal sovereigns. They would only do this even if they knew they would ascend and leave the lower dimension. However, rumors are that the Spirit Genesis sect has a way of hiding from true heavenly Tao, or at the very least, they have a way of lowering heavenly Tao tolerance toward the member of their sect. So, they're probably the ones who recently attacked the Myriad Emperor world. Wait, we were attacked. Don't you know? Or right, you're not back home yet. But yes, some people attack your plane. Luckily, Wang Wei had the insight to activate the protection array, and the Tao opening sect suddenly had an Eternal Emperor-level insurgent. They do. You didn't know? No, replied Tong Ruobing with a frown. This will change the power balance of the entire world. Probably, Muley replied. Anyway, have you thought about what I said? Based on the current situation, Wang Wei is the one who will prove the Tao. It would be best to compete in another world. My decision is the same. I won't move. Tong Ruobing had many reasons not to leave. Firstly, like most cultivators, she had affection for the Myriad Emperor world and will not easily leave. Cultivators are selfish people who value benefits above anything else. However, When it comes to certain things like nationalism or pride in their mother world, most people are stubborn. Of course, there are other reasons most cultivators do not go to weaker worlds to prove the Tao. First, treasure to travel to other world communities are rare and precious. Secondly, there is the identity token. Only emperor lineages can condense these things, and no lineage will trust foreign cultivators. And for a cultivator like Tong Ruobing with a background, her faction won't easily allow her to go to another world or help her acquire a token through an exchange. As for Tab Ruobing, she had another reason she refused to move. She wanted to challenge herself. Cultivators can learn as much, if not more, from defeat than from success. Fighting monsters like Wang Wei and Di Tian can be a sublimating process for her cultivation journey. She might die, but the experience will be valuable if she survives. Anyway, her path will not be cut off as long as she survives. Are you sure? If something happens to you, I don't think I will be able to avenge you. He knew how powerful Wang Wei was and did not think he could win even after proving the Tao. I don't need you to avenge me. Fine. Muley knew his future Tao companion was headstrong, which was one reason he loved her. Anyway, once he becomes an emperor, he can easily revive her by taking her soul from samsara. And since her existence would not be affected, he did not have to worry about her imprint. Chaos V. P. and D. and O1. Ko Mao Shun was in an intense combat against someone from the pursuing longevity world, and their battle was relatively equal. Although he did not use his dragon, he used 80% of his power, and the opponent also appeared to have reservations. This man is a genius, he thought. And the reason for that was his opponent broke the barrier between immortal and mortal only using a pure energy system. No strong body or wielding law. Moreover, it was not due to some rare and powerful chi like destruction chi. The opponent was simply converting whatever inner energy his system used into 5 elements and yin-yang chi, yet he still acquired a mortal venerable battle prowess. Ao Shun suddenly stopped and indicated for the other to do the same. Fellow Taoist, it's obvious this battle is pointless. How about we stop? I can't. I need the eternal supreme inheritance, said a young man wearing a blue robe, long black hair, and an immortal or dreamy-like atmosphere. Fellow Taoist, may I ask for your name? Zhu Tao, from the Mountain and Sea sect. I don't know why fellow Taoist Zhu wants the inheritance so badly when it's obvious this is a trap. Zhu Tao hesitated for a moment before answering. Because of the weakness of the pure Qi path, our world has only given birth to 2 eternal emperors and not a single eternal supreme. I will be the 3rd, but I have no confidence in becoming an eternal supreme. With your strength, as long as you temper your body and comprehend the law, you have a high chance of succeeding, commented Ao Shun. However, Zhu Tao shook his head. My goal is to show pure Qi refiners can become eternal supreme. I want to change the cultivators of my world. I want to give them hope that our path is not the weakest and has potential. Zhu Tao has many plans after proving the Tao. He will revitalize the pure Qi refiner's path and optimize the cultivation system of his world. He also wanted to change the spirit of the world and have these cultivators stop obsessing over longevity and focus on other things. As such, he needed an eternal emperor scripture to learn from its uniqueness, since it would likely increase his chances of achieving his goals. Ao Shun's eyes lit up as he thought of something. I may be able to help. Oh, how? I know the inheritance place of the only eternal supreme of the martial hegemony world. If we work together, we might be able to get it. And why didn't you get it yourself? Asked Zhu Tao. Despite his young face, he has lived for nearly 100 million years. The inheritance is from the martial beast emperor, explained Ao Shun. According to history, his family abandoned him in the wild when he was only 3 years old because of poverty. However, he was not killed by demonic or wild beasts instead. Instead, a wolf raised. As the martial beast emperor walked in the cultivation path, He signed a contract with the wolf and trained it from a wild beast to a Tier 9 demon with a unique bloodline. In the final battle, the two teamed up to wipe out all geniuses of that generation. And after proving the Tao, Brother Marshall Beast Emperor and the wolf evolved to the Emperor realm. How is that possible? I don't know exactly, but I'm guessing it has to do with whatever Tao he cultivated. Aoshan did not find this fact surprising since he knew of the Yin-Yang companion emperor, who used the infatuation flower to become emperor. The inheritance of the martial beast emperor requires a human and demon to acquire it. Before, I did not have anyone I trusted. And you trust me? Of course not. However, I trust you more than the humans in my world. Furthermore, we do not have any conflict of interest and can peacefully cooperate. Zhu Tao pondered for a moment. Although he would like to have a normal eternal supreme scripture, but one as unique as the martial beast emperors might better help him. Furthermore, he did not have much choice since the probability that the inheritance trial he was doing on this continent was nothing but a hoax. Of course, he knew the demon was not only doing this because of the inheritance. His objective seemed to become closer and maybe even form an alliance. Zhu Tao did not mind allying with a demon race. He was not pedantic nor a human purist. Although there's a lot of confrontation between demons and humans, they have also worked together occasionally. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Zhu Tao's analysis was correct. Ao Shun wanted the demon race to have foreign allies since he would not put all his eggs in one basket. He did not know if or when the Tao opening sect would have a change of heart, leaving his race in a worse situation than it was. Although he had some allies in the martial hegemony world, they were not enough. He wanted more. His original plan was to ally with other demon races from other world communities. The demon race even had contact with another place called the Demon Supremacy World. However, they have never heard from these people after the brief contact during the deception trial. This human before him might be the perfect ally. I agree to work with you, said Zhu Tao. When and where do we meet? The two then discussed the details of their cooperation while briefly mentioning a possible alliance in the future. Hua Fenghuang's body was severely injured as her ribcage was showing and a piece of her shoulder was missing. It was as if something had chopped it off. She ignored the terrible state of her body as she concentrated on her opponent, a man and a woman. The man was a terrifying swordsman with unparalleled attacks. He's responsible for most of her injury. As for the women, Hua Fenghuang wanted to curse her. She was unlucky to meet two people with immortal venerable strength from the battle spirit world. What's worse, they seemed to be Tao companion and knew how to work together perfectly and combine their powers through tactics, techniques, and formation. When the battle began, she did not use her full power, test their strength, and try to analyze the situation. However, who knew the woman suddenly sealed 4 of her 5 innate laws, drastically reducing her power. Soon afterward, the man created another opportunity for his partner, and she sealed Hua Fenghuang's space ring to prevent her from using other means to escape. Damn it! Who are these people, and why are they so well-coordinated? She did not know these two came together because of the overwhelming pressure He brought upon them. One day, they decided to ally before eventually falling in love and becoming Tao companion. Hua Fenghuang was frustrated. However, her battle experience allowed her to calm down and think rationale. Her phoenix and back tortoise laws were sealed, reducing her regenerative and defensive capabilities. Luckily, she acted swiftly and saved the white tiger law, the one with the greatest offense. "Let's do it," said the man, and his wife nodded. He raised his sword, and she placed a mark on it, sealing all her power into the sword. "I'm sorry, but we need the inheritance." Swish! A beautiful blue light rushed toward Hua Fenghuang with terrible destructive capabilities. She attacked with all her strength to stop the attack, but it was pointless. Am I going to die here? She was unwilling. Without her carelessness, these people would not be her match with all 5 innate laws. And even if they were, she could escape with all her strength. It's not fair. I have so much to do. The rise of the ancient clan depends on me. I have not returned us the glory of the past. It did not matter what she thought. The light was unstoppable. Swoosh! A white light enveloped her, and Huafeng Wang disappeared, leaving the couple shocked and ignorant. They quickly checked the surrounding, but could not detect the means the opponent used to escape. They looked at each other with terror before rushing into the distance with the fastest speed they could muster. In another small world, Huafeng Wang suddenly appeared, also confused about what had just occurred. However, when she saw the giant karma thread forcibly connected to her, she had an idea of who had saved her and why. You're the last person I want to owe karma to. After taking a moment to ponder the possible ramification of this debt, she knew it would not be favorable to her. Focus on healing first. That's the priority. Huafeng Wang sat on the floor, tried to remove the seal in her space ring. She wanted to get some healing pills. Then, she focused on removing the seal on her law. She was a little distracted, wondering whether she could pay the karma before the heaven will battle. Chaos 6. Feng Heng calmly looked at the people attacking him, analyzing the situation. A black and white shield will automatically appear to defend him, and none of his attackers could breach his defense. He searched for the weakest of the group and gazed at him. His eyes penetrated through the person's soul and read their memories. Central Spirit World. Someone is plotting against the myriad Emperor World. After Wang Wei organized that assembly, I speculated about this possibility. However, I thought the problem had been resolved with the protection arrays. I did not expect these people to go so far. Feng Heng frowned, analyzing the situation on a deeper level. Are the people of the upper dimension responsible, or is it some other planes? No matter the answer, things would negatively affect his plans. The rise of Buddhism will not be easy. Whether it's because of the upper dimension people trying to hinder its development or the terrible reputation Buddhism had all over the endless void. I owe my thanks to Wang Wei. Over the past 1,000 years, he felt the rapid growth of Buddhism luck, which elated him beyond words he could describe. After suffering for so long, countless nights of despair, and planning for 3 eras, he finally felt the fruit of his labor. Feng Heng knew if he had to wait until he proved the Tao to spread Buddhism, the resistance he would encounter would drastically delay its revival. However, with Wang Wei's method of being overly secret and undetected, he has a foundation to act on after he has Emperor strength. By then, all he has to do is the final step of removing the absolute beginning magic and fuse his Neo-Buddhism with Taoism's luck, and then his fellow monks no longer need to hide in special pure lands to cultivate. They can walk in the world and preach like any ordinary religion. After figuring out the situation, Feng Heng found himself in a conundrum. All the people who suddenly came to this continent were resources for the spread of Buddhism. As long as he influences some of the weak ones, they will do his bidding and help him gather more luck. However, he knew Wang Wei would have the same idea as him. The issue is whether to compete with the latter for luck, or maybe they should work together to ensure a better result. He rapidly analyzed the pros and cons of his actions. Forget it. If I butt in, there is a high risk of being discovered and ruining everything. Wang Wei's method has proven to be effective so far. Although he lost most of Buddhism's luck, it was the price he would have to pay for such a smooth revival. Furthermore, no matter what Wang Wei does, he cannot overthrow him as the Buddha Lord of the new Buddhism sect. Feng Heng was confident in this fact for 2 reasons. Wang Wei can only be considered an honorary monk, to put it gently, and he would want to avoid being too involved with Buddhism because of the massive karma entanglement involved with the sect. Feng Heng analyzed Wang Wei deeply, knowing he would not want to be too involved in this mess because he could not control the situation in his direction. He would not want to be too entangled with the Maitreya Buddha because of her overwhelming power. After thinking for a moment, Feng Heng turned into a white light and disappeared in the distance. Xiao Songshi fought against a member of the armament race, and he was on the losing side. The armament race was technically a branch of the spirit race, but the ones in the myriad armament world refused to acknowledge this fact. As the name suggested, they're discarded weapons from failed products of weapon refiners who gained sentience. In a myriad armament world, there's a place called Failed Treasure Mountain. Many weapon refiners used to discard their failed artifacts there until these weapons gained sentience and became spirit races. Then, one day, one of them proved the Tao and established a sect around the mountain. The Emperor refined the Failed Treasure Mountain into a secret realm that produced a valuable resource for weapon refiner. As such, the sect would exchange this resource with other sects in exchange for their failed product to place in the mountain to continue growing their race. Nothing went right ever saw I met that deplorable man, thought Xiao Songshi as more and more injuries appeared over his body. Ever since he met Wang Wei in the Eternal Dream sect, he felt his luck go downhill. He returned to the Baishi clan, hoping to use their resources to increase his chances of proving the Tao and to force his inhuman father to apologize to his mother for abandoning them. He wanted the latter to pay for all the snide remarks he suffered during his childhood when children called him fatherless, or even worse when they called his mother a whore. At first, he suffered tremendous pressure upon his arrival at the clan. However, after displaying his talent, the elders barely accepted him. He slowly rose up the ladder and made a name for himself. However, not long afterward, the abominable human came and threatened him with his parents' life, forcing him to get some information from a Star Sage bloodline. He used all his means, and with some act of desperation and a significant sacrifice, he succeeded in his mission. Please visit Panda in 0v1. Co. After this event, Xiao had another goal, to become as strong as possible to protect his family. He wanted nothing between heaven and earth capable of harming his family. So, he worked extra hard to increase his strength. He practiced the law of blood and used the devouring talent of the Baishi clan to purify his bloodline, reaching a level that shocked the clan. He was considered a genius not seen in 100 generations of the Baishi clan. With his talent, he suppressed his peers, including his half-brother, the clan's chosen heir. He overcame the clan's prejudice against his human bloodline and gathered many elders on his side, taking power in the clan. Xiao Songshi then proceeded to take power from his father. When the latter tried to resist, he showed him how most of the elders and ancestors were by his side. And when his father tried to use force to fight back, he suppressed him with one palm. Xiao Songshi never forgot that day. The satisfaction he felt as he witnessed that man squirm under his palm, the anger, hatred, resentment, and regret he saw in his father's eyes, was nourishment to his soul. On that day, his state of mind sublimated, and he felt a weight lifted from his shoulder. The only regret was that man refused to apologize to him and his mother. However, Xiao Songshi did not mind. He was patient and imprisoned his father. He planned to wait until he became an emperor and see him again. He wanted to see more regrets in the latter's eyes and rub it on his face that he made the wrong choice of abandoning them. Sadly, his happiness did not last long. The Baishi clan required him to pass numerous challenging trials before using the 5-star sage. Although it was the hardest thing he ever did, he passed it. With excitement, Xiao Songshi asked the sage how to become an eternal emperor, and her answer was, to seal himself and wake up in another generation. He could not fathom why he received this answer, nor could the elders. So, Xiao Songshi insisted he wanted to prove the Tao in this generation. The star stage then gave the nightmare of his current situation. This generation was an ultimate glorious age with countless talented breaking the barrier between mortal and immortal. Furthermore, 2 people achieved the 9 Extremity Foundation, completely reducing his chances to nearly 0. Xiao Songshi did not give up. He experienced too much just to accept this result. So, he asked her how to achieve 9 Extremity. The answer once again almost drove him to despair. He had no time or desire for the orthodox path, so he wanted to try the unorthodox one. So he asked how to comprehend a little bit of existence, and he received 3 answers. Pa, Nd. A Novi one. The first is to have an eternal emperor preach it to him. The second is comprehending it by luck, and lastly, using an eternal supreme scripture. Song Xiaoxi almost collapsed with this news. The first option was not possible for obvious reasons. Furthermore, the laws of heaven and earth did not allow eternal emperors to leave a recording of their preaching of existence in the lower dimension. As for the second option, Xiao Songshi did not think his luck was that good. His only option was the eternal supreme scripture. However, the sage told him these scriptures were in the hands of the ancient clans, the Tao opening sect, and the Tai profound gate. The only available ones for him were Empress Wu and the human emperor. The empress left her inheritance somewhere in the endless void before the devil exiled her to the upper dimension. The human emperor might have left his inheritance in the Qin's treasury. Furthermore, comprehending existence from an eternal supreme scripture was the option with the least statistical chance. The probability was too minuscule. Xiao Songshi did not give up. His last resort was to use his talent and luck to comprehend existence. So he asked the star stage how to succeed. Then, she gave him a fatal blow and told him his talent was insufficient to comprehend existence as a mortal. Nevertheless, she gave him many different options for increasing his talent to that level. She also explained how talent was not the only requirement. He needed the right opportunity or luck. The sage then told him the exact opportunity to achieve enlightenment. Finally, Xiao Songshi had to give up. Most of these methods were unachievable due to the extravagant resources required, the danger, or the low chances of success. Even the opportunity to comprehend existence, she told him, was too perilous and was not worth the risk. In the end, he asked if there was a way to prove the Tao without achieving nine extremity, and she told him a method with less than a 1% chance. Swoosh! A white light enveloped Xiao Songshi and saved him from his death. And the next chapter should be the last chaos one. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.